To call the meeting to order. Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you conduct a roll call?
Absolutely. Supervisor Brown?
Present.
Supervisor McCowan? Supervisor McCowan? You're muted. Supervisor McCowan? Let the record reflect that Supervisor McCowan is present. Chair Haschak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right. Well, let's rise to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Mr. Chair, I am confirming for the record I am present. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. In order to speak via telecomment, one must submit a speaker form online before 8 a.m. the day of the meeting. The link to the telecomment request forms can be found on both the first and last pages of the meeting agenda and on the Board of Supervisors website under Agenda and Minutes and Public Engagement. If you have submitted a telecomment request for either public expression or consent calendar, please call in now. Okay. Are there any comments for public expression?
Yes, this is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Atlas Pearson, and the first on the line is Barbara Shora.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Shora. Good morning. Ms. Shora?
Hello.
Yes.
I am
morning.
here. Can you hear me?
All right. Yes.
Yes.
morning.
My item is a public comment. I have a complaint. I have 3 of my neighbors have been operating an ATV park surrounding my home and brook trails. I did email the map and legend and an unabridged copy of my comments to bos@mendocinocounty.org. From conversations with Mendocino County Planning Services staff, this is not allowed in an R1 residential zone in Mendocino County without a major use permit, which would not be granted on private properties because the parcels are just too small. Furthermore, these neighbors do not own most of these parcels. They belong to people that are not aware of the erosion damage taking place. That's right. They're tearing up and destroying other people's property and the greenbelt and brook trails, which I believe is protected land and illegal. The harassment and retaliation over complaints has been shocking. They have created a hostile environment. 2 of the individuals have been particularly heinous in this respect. The Mendocino County Sheriff has advised me to get a restraining order so they can respond to my calls. Without an ordinance or order of protection, they will not act. In fact, there have been a few occasions where I call and the sheriff just doesn't respond at all. This has served to empower both individuals. They are harassing me with dirt bikes within 60 feet of my home, on and off, all day and night. I have an archive of 126 files of evidence, logs, photos, audio, video, attorney cease and desist letters. The harassment has been really unacceptable. This once quiet, pleasant street is now absent of kindness. My neighbors and I can't even walk our pets anymore without triggering dirt bike retaliation. I've sought professional counsel every step of the way on this, county, legal, and law enforcement. I followed every piece of advice to the T, and I've, reached a dead end. I'm asking the county and the Board of Supervisors to red tag these parcels and cite the 3 individuals with land use violations. Who do I speak to?
Caller,
If
you
I
have
wanted
30
to construct
seconds.
a dirt bike track, In my backyard, I would be required to apply for a major use permit, which would entail inspection and a public forum where neighbors would object. If this problem doesn't stop, I need to sell my property and leave. I worked 40 years to buy this quiet home in the forest. Please help me.
Okay.
Done.
Thank you, Ms. Shora. We will, okay, we'll go on to Matthew Finnegan. Is Mr. Finnegan on the line? Mr. Finnegan.
There I am. I got logged out and logged back in, so there was a little delay there. So my
Okay,
name's sorry. My name's Matt Finnegan. I wanted to comment on item 9A. I believe you guys were discussing a real estate purchase in closed session. The concern I have is a town the size of Ukiah or a county the size of Mendocino purchasing an entire hotel.
Hold on, Mr. Finnegan.
All
right. So you're talking about item 9A.
Chair
Correct.
Hashtak, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. We had a few people sign up to speak on agenda item 9A. We put them under public expression.
Okay. Okay. Then go ahead.
Yeah, I got a little confused by that too, Supervisor. But so that they told me to do that at a public expression. So anyways, my concern is that having I don't know how many beds are in this hotel or whatever. I think that we need to pause, even if we're getting money, taxpayer money from the state level or the federal level to help with the homeless, housing the homeless. We already have a very attractive environment for people who are maybe more of the traveler type homeless or the people who are not really locally grown homeless people. And I would urge that you not purchase any hotels until you actually have a very clear plan of what you're going to do and how you're going to filter the people who stay in the facility. So, and a clear plan on how you're going to pay to operate a facility. It could turn into quite a nuisance if there's not a very controlled environment for people that are basically getting free hotel rooms. So anyways, I urge you guys not to purchase the hotel, even though it sounds to me like you guys are getting other funding sources from either the federal or the state government. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Finnegan. Next up is Carol Meyer. Ms. Meyer.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks. My name is Carol Meyer, and I wish to speak about the proposed purchase of 555 South Orchard Avenue for Project Home Key. I understand that this project will be managed by RCHDC. My office is located on Goby Street, directly across from Willow Terrace. RCHDC also manages this property as supportive housing to those who are struggling with mental illness and homelessness. This project has been a disaster for the neighborhood surrounding it since it opened 14 months ago. Within weeks of clients moving in, we saw a dramatic increase in vagrancy and drug use in our parking lot. RCHDC told me that they cannot drug test any of their clients, nor can they monitor their comings and goings. They can't monitor their visitors either. Clients aren't allowed to do drugs on their property, so they simply step onto an adjacent property to use, sometimes in full view of the apartment manager and the public. Loud groups gather late at night in back of my parking lot to drink and do drugs, disrupting the sleep of those living in the apartments behind my building. We have installed video surveillance cameras and worked with the UPD to establish a letter of agency to discourage the loitering and disturbances. I understand this is a low priority for them, but the neighborhood does suffer. Neighboring businesses and autumn leaves have also seen these same problems. Police are frequently dispatched to Willow Terrace and adjacent properties to deal with issues emanating from Willow Terrace. RCHDC has never demonstrated a willingness or a desire to work with any of us to mitigate any of these problems. And now we have Project Home Key. This project is particularly egregious because it pushes out money on a short timeline and allows for the conversion of existing motels without any CEQA, environmental reviews, or public input. It does not require the city of Ukiah and its planning department be involved. It does not require RCHDC work with any agency or the public to identify or mitigate any of the negative impacts that this project will cause. Project Home Key offers quick, easy cash to any county that is willing to allow a wedge to be driven between itself and its constituency. For a county like ours that prides itself on transparency, this is not good governance.
30 seconds.
Project Home Key threatens to further erode the community's faith in you. I provided Supervisor McCowan with an article about the issues involved with how Project Home Key is being rolled out in Alameda. I hope you will all read and consider it before discussing and voting on this issue. I now know that words like supportive mean enabling when it comes to projects like Willow Terrace and Project Home Key. Projects like this do not and cannot work because they do not tackle the problems of addiction and mental illness that are at the root of homelessness. They merely provide an overpriced housing solution and drive the narrative that a lack of affordable housing is the cause of our situation, as if.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Meyer. All right. Richard Seltzer. Okay, good morning, Mr. Seltzer.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Good morning.
As you might guess, I am somewhat opposed to this project. There is a preschool across the street. There is a daycare center 2 minutes walk. There's an elementary school 2 minutes walk from this location, and it is 20 feet out my back door. I want you to picture you or your spouse leaving an office building at 6 o'clock in January in the dark next to the homeless center. I already have a problem cleaning up defecation in my parking lot, not to mention broken bottles on occasion and trash on a regular basis. Clearly, our county has a problem with homelessness. Our problem, however, is generated by county actions. We have 40%, according to the Marmot report, 40% of the homeless here are from out of the area. Maybe we should look at the counties where they have come from and say, what are you doing that we aren't? Why are we attracting people here as homeless instead of allowing them to stay in their existing residential areas where they were raised, grew up, and became homeless? We will accumulate what we are willing to accommodate. And unfortunately, we're more than accommodating. We're saying, come to Mendocino County, we'll give you free housing, free food, free medical care, and a free cell phone. We need to take a position in this community not to ignore those that have fallen on hard times or have mental issues, but we do need to mitigate the damages that we're doing to our local population in the process. Putting a homeless shelter in this location, which will, by the way, be seen as people drive the freeway from both directions to the two major corridors into Ukiah, Gobi and Perkins, this homeless center will be one of the things that they see in the process. Again, I speak opposed to this in the strongest possible terms.
30 seconds.
One of the things that you need to consider is, it's an old joke, give a man an elephant and watch him go broke. The state is giving you the elephant, and they're going to watch us go broke by not being able to afford to support it afterwards. And the condition of this facility will degrade, as Ms. Myers just talked about the Willow Terrace project and the problems it's caused for her and her employees.
Time.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Patty McMillan.
No, Chair Hashek, she's not on the line, but the next available caller is Lee Kramer.
Okay. Good morning, Lee Kramer.
Morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
This is Lee Kramer. I have an office building on Talmadge, have had the excitement of dealing with the different homeless encampments all around me. I've spent well over $100,000 in video and lighting and fencing and sidewalks to try to direct them off of my property. The idea of bringing that group over into Midtown is just repugnant to me. We've dealt with it where we are, and if the Motel 6 at the south end of town was something you were going to do, I'd be much more in favor of it. But when I look at what's going on, where you're talking about placing it, you've got NCO Head Start, you've got a preschool, you've got River Oaks School on Leslie, you've got just various businesses, everything from the Veterans Clinic to DMV, AAA. It's a fairly sound area that's going to get attacked. It already has the problem of Gibson Creek, and between Gibson Creek, between Orchard Plaza Center and the RCO Head Start, excuse me, I said that wrong, and the title company and the Veterans Clinic, that little bridge that goes over the creek has been termed to me by law enforcement as drug central. We don't need to move them closer to their drug source. I'm also concerned, as Carol had mentioned, with encouraging more homeless into town. And I think the biggest point is, how are we going to fund it once we have it? What are the funds that are going to go in to maintain this? And how are we going to determine who is there and not there? How are we going to provide services to allow them to become upwardly mobile, where they
30
resolve
seconds.
Their issues, mental health, drugs, but also, just looking at the site where it's right next to and sharing road access with Seltzer Realty. I mean, you're talking about a loss of value there, and perhaps a need for that business to move if you place it in that location. I am opposed to the placement of
Time.
the center in that location, obviously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kramer. Okay, Jan McGordy. Good morning. Ms. McGordy.
Good morning.
Yes.
Yes, thank you for the 10-second audio delay. So good morning, board members and county staff. I learned something at your last meeting. If you remember, you were discussing whether or not to approve Measure B funds for various recommendations that came from that advisory board. I was allowed to make a public comment on creating a mobile outreach team, and I noted that the Behavioral Health Advisory Board had made this recommendation several years ago to your board, that had been carried to the Measure B board, which had also recommended it to your board in the past, but your chairman said it had never come before the Board of Supervisors. So what I learned was that all the recommendations from the board, which I chaired for 3 years, the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, were essentially never brought before your board for action. That is, they were never on your agenda. This was very depressing, but at the same time, not surprising. Perhaps you remember many of the recommendations presented to you were done during public comment time like this, when I came before your board to share the work of my board. This was because there was no time allotted to a formal presentation by our board. Even the annual reports, which I spend hours preparing, were not given formal presentation time to your board. This is not acceptable. The Behavioral Health Advisory Board is composed of 15 people representing explicit designations of representations. It is mandated by the state of California to oversee mental health needs in Mendocino County. It is not easy getting 15 people to agree on anything, yet we submitted many recommendations to your board that were approved by all 15 people on ways to help individuals suffering from mental illness and their families. Even with one of our supervisors assigned to us, evidently our recommendations were never brought before your board for action by being on the agenda. How many other advisory boards does the county have that are equally ignored? Measure B recommendations get some attention, there's money involved, but many times their recommendations are also not carefully considered, as noted by randomly dismissing the remainder of the recommendations at the last meeting without due process. Perhaps this is because your board does not have a dedicated assigned clerk. Perhaps this is because it is not policy
30
that the
seconds.
individual from your board assigned to an advisory board should make sure recommendations are put on the agenda. Whatever the issue, you need to think about how to make this better. People in our community have many good ideas. Listening to good ideas that seek solutions and promote understanding is called consultation. Partaking in consultations, such as listening on input from your advisory boards and taking action on their recommendations, is not only good governance, but is imperative for promoting.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. McGordy.
Chair Hascheck?
Yes.
I know we can't address Ms. McGordy's concerns today, given that it's not agendized, but could we ask staff to bring an item forward to review the 3 years of potentially overlooked recommendations?
Well, Supervisor Brown.
Yes, I would just like to say that they have had their annual report, and Ms. McGordy has participated in giving direct reports and recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, at least in my time, the last 2 years that I've served as a representative, non-voting, to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. But as she did correctly note, there were a number of recommendations that came from the Measure B committee on one of our last agendas that were dismissed, with the exception of one, and not gone over because the board took another direction to discuss a business plan, so to speak, and did not want to go forward and even entertain at least a presentation on each one of those recommendations. So that's all I have to say. Ms. McGordy also served on the Measure B committee, and nothing came forward for a number of months. But that was the committee, and the recommendations weren't made at that time. So that's all I have to say. I believe Behavioral Health Advisory Board has been giving time allocated. Staff can always get something on the agenda from that particular department and go further from there. And I would support it when it comes forward. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. Hopefully not to provoke more discussion, but the Behavioral Health Advisory Board does submit annual reports, and I would suggest rather than direct staff to comb through those reports and bring forward an item on the recommendations that have been in those reports that may not have been acted upon, we might ask staff to distribute those reports to the board, and every board member would have the opportunity to review the reports and then suggest agenda items if they deem it appropriate. That, I think, would bring all the information forward without putting any additional or minimal additional burden on staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Supervisor Williams, since you and I are on the ad hoc for Measure B, and Supervisor Brown is the liaison to the advisory board, maybe we ought to put it on the agenda for a future meeting to discuss about some of the issues.
Sounds good.
Okay, is that all right, Supervisor Brown?
Yes, sir, I do agree.
Okay, very good. All right, next speaker, Dennis Slota.
Chair Hashek, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board, and we had 3 other callers who were signed up for this item, but they're not on the line.
Okay, so there are no more callers for the public expression?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Then moving on to the consent calendar. Has proper notice been established?
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. Yes, proper notice has been established.
So are there any items for separate consideration or comment?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I have asked that item 4G be pulled for separate action. And with regard to 4F, I believe it would be appropriate to have a comment from staff. And then also with regard to the Great Plates consent items, and there's 5 of them, 4P, Q, R, S, T. The intent, as expressed by staff, is to not have these items need to keep coming back to the board. I'm not sure the recommended action accomplishes that. I've submitted a suggested amendment that if it is acceptable to County Council and the department, might accomplish that intent of not having these have to come back. So on those 5 items, if we could hear from County Council and or the department, I would appreciate that.
Okay, so County Council, do you have a comment on items 4P, Q, R, S, and T?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I'd ask if I could have a little bit more time to look at this and maybe come back to this slightly later in the day.
Okay, very good. And then 4F, Supervisor McCowan, you wanted comment from staff about that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think given it's a significant purchase, of course, and we all support it, we approve of the intention, and it is currently serving as an alternative care site for isolation and quarantine. Currently, there is no one in the facility for those purposes. And then after the pandemic, the board will have the opportunity to repurpose it for another use. And I thought staff might comment briefly on the intended future use.
Okay.
On 4F.
Deputy CEO Janelle Rao, do you have any comments on the...
Good morning, board members. Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. And on behalf of our CEO, Carmel Angelo, she's absent due to a prior commitment and appointment. But the intended use for this facility is obviously being discussed with the Health and Human Services Agency, and at this time, it's intended for use for alcohol and other drug treatment for women and pregnant and youth. And those details are being discussed, and that is what we have planned for the use at this time.
Okay, so future clarification will come from Health and Human Services.
That is correct.
Okay, very good. And then item 4G, since we have a full day, why don't we put that off until later in the agenda?
That's totally acceptable.
At your discretion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. So we'll wait on that. Is there a motion to accept everything except for 4G?
I move we approve the consent calendar, except those items pulled.
I'll second the motion.
All right.
Discussion.
Yes. Supervisor.
Again, there's a suggested amendment to 4PQRST that would authorize those programs through the end of the year without the need for them to come back as separate agenda items, but only as reports. And County Council has said he needs more time to look at that proposed amendment. So, and requested we defer action on those.
So can we defer those also, Supervisor Williams?
I'm fine with that, but I think we could approve them and then still continue the discussion about future.
Supervisor McCowan, is that all right?
Well, the intent is to approve them one time and not have to come back. If we approve them as they are presented right now, and we want to extend them one additional day, they would have to come back. The intent of the proposed amendment, if it passes legal muster and is acceptable to the department, is that we could take one action on these 5 and they would not need to come back as agenda items through the end of the year. So I think it's more efficient use of staff time if we just act on these once.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. The only question I throw out for consideration is the fact that I believe it is our policy that all contracts come back for board approval. So I'm waiting to hear what County Council has to say later on in the meeting.
Mr. Chair, as the seconder, I think it makes sense. I understood the original motion to be approving all the items except 4F and these 4 or 5 items for the Great Plains contracts because they would be coming back for deliberation later today. So I think we could just act on the remainder of the consent calendar right now.
Okay, is that all right, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, we're in agreement.
Okay, very good. So,
for clarification, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. The motion that I have on the floor is to approve the balance of consent calendar, omitting agenda item 4G for later consideration, and then possibly 4P, 4Q, 4R, 4S, and 4T for later consideration. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I have a mover as Supervisor Williams with a seconder of Supervisor Jurdy.
Right.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, very good. Any further
comments? Yes, Mr. Chair, further clarification. It's not possibly for P, Q, R, S, and T, but we are also deferring action on those items.
I've got that, Supervisor McCowan. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. So, Deputy Clerk of the Board, can you conduct a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
And Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. Agenda item number 5A, discussion and possible action, including an update associated with various disasters in Mendocino County, including the novel coronavirus COVID-19 and the August complex fire and or other fire activity in the county, and provide possible direction regarding essential services in Mendocino County, operational preparation and response, and associated county-wide economic impacts. So the sponsor is the Executive Office. I'm going to turn to Deputy CEO Janelle Rao.
Good morning, Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. I'll just go ahead and introduce the item and turn it over to the folks that are on standby to present, and Dr. Corin, our DOC manager, Becky Emery, and we do have the sheriff online as well as our DOT director. We'll go ahead and perhaps have the update on the COVID situation, but then obviously this board is aware that we've had severe fire activity within our county, and we can have an update from the sheriff following the COVID update on that as well. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Corin.
Thank you, Chair Haschak, and the rest of the board members. I'll first just give a breakdown of the current state of the county's health in terms of COVID. I don't know if you've seen the current stat tracker, but I'll go over them briefly. We have had a nice week a week ago where our 7-day average 7 days before was in the red tier with an average of 5. You remember the tier structure was set up by the governor so that we could gradually resume business, but slowly enough to catch problems as they occur. So we still remain in the purple tier, but for a week we attained a red tier status, and we will need 2 of them to actually move our county to a red tier and enjoy some of the openings of industries in the county. We have a percent positive tests of 3.31, which is fine. We have had in the county so far 875 people ill with or tested positive with COVID. And of those people, there are currently 4 in the hospital and 2 in the intensive care unit as of about 7 o'clock last night. 2 of them are in ICUs outside of the county, my understanding. One in UCSF and one in Kentfield. The number of deaths that we've had in the county is 18, which is up 1 from the last time I reported 2 weeks ago. There continues to be a considerable disparity with the Hispanic Latino population suffering more from this illness. And we are working on that aggressively. We can talk about that. We have also had a significant outbreak at Fowler Auto, which has involved, at this point, we understand 20 cases. So this was a very significant industrial outbreak. There is also, in last night's report, 4 minors who tested positive, and we're checking on the schools that they attend or relate to see if it actually constitutes an outbreak. But it is concerning to me because we're on the verge of trying to open schools, and we don't know exactly what the effect is going to be on the student population and, of course, the staff and their families. So that is something that we're investigating more. We have in quarantine 147 of our citizens, and statistically, I think that sums it up. It should be noted that, again, the 18 to 49-year-old age group remains the predominant age group, and there have been 2 recent cases that still are in the hospital, I think, one in the ICU and one in the hospital, who are younger men. They're 54 and 39 respectively. So we need to emphasize that is the group right now that is getting predominantly affected. And I think that's true since they're in the working population. It relates to our outbreak in Fowler, and perhaps will require some more attention to that age group and the industrial sites that we so want to have open more. But it's going to require a lot more careful cooperation with the shelter-in-place orders. Now, I have written, and I think you have all gotten a copy of an updated shelter-in-place order, and I could move on to that if you have no questions about the stat tracker and the data that I just presented.
Okay, hearing none, please continue.
Okay, so we are releasing pretty much as soon as it's completed its translation. But I think it'll be by later today. We're releasing a new health order for shelter in place. And I've done a number of things in this edition because I think that overall our population is understanding more what the requirements are, taking it seriously. We're seeing significantly more masking, more people socially distanced. and understanding and putting into effect the orders that have come before. The original orders were done at a time when there was a lot less known, a lot less written about at the state level in terms of guidance and advice, and a lot more angst about what would happen. And indeed, over the summer, we did have an increase in the number of cases. But we have, since the middle summer, begun to see a decrease in the number of cases daily. Now, I take a breath when I say that, because this issue this case that's happened at Fowler Auto has set us back quite a bit. And actually, cases like that may add up and take away that red tier status that we're so hoping to get into. We do have to have 2 weeks in a row of red tier to graduate to formally be on the red tier. But what I've done is reduce the size of this document and made it simpler so that there's much more referring directly to state orders, which now exist because they exist, for one thing, and it's less confusing. In addition, why should businesses have to go to 2 pieces of paper to figure out what they actually have to do? So there's less duplication. It's much more clear. And the state really has done a very good job of writing out their guidances and making it available. And in some cases, they've actually followed some of the innovations that we did here in Mendocino County. So the activities in each sector at this point are open based on our tier level, and companies, industries, so on, can go to the state and see what is open and what is not. And as long as they follow the rules for their sector, for their business, they're welcome to be open. I have maintained an order that they should self-certify, and the first time we would like to have it at the Department of Public Health. After that, they're advised periodically to look at how they're complying, just to make sure that going forward, there's nothing new that's come up. There's nothing that they have to adjust. So they keep on top of this. Another change that we've done is we have released the lodging and camping industry from the 25% holdback of bookings. And so they'll be able to book 100%. I think I said last time I reported that we dropped back on the 24-hour hold between bookings for cleaning. That's also gone from this. So the lodging industry is now pretty much free of restrictions from the county to book and to clean and to sell their lodgings. We have asked in the campgrounds that there be a person who is responsible and manages a sign-in sheet that we could call. And all of these sign-in sheets and rosters that we want people to have is to facilitate our case investigation and tracing, to help our community to get over this, to protect themselves in the case, in case there is an outbreak somewhere. Additionally, there was a major section on stable groups, and within the household group and the household support unit, we've increased the numbers that can be in that household support unit from 6 to 12. And again, we want a person responsible in a household support unit to be able to keep track of who's there, because that support unit may change every 2 to 4 weeks. And we want to be able to trace back and say, okay, well, who was in 10 days ago? Who was in 7 days ago? We don't need to know really that much who was in a month ago, but we need to have someone who we can call that has an active and updated list. And another area that was we got a lot of negative feedback for was the restriction on serving alcohol in restaurants after 8 p.m. And I've left that off. The reason for that is still a good reason. And if we start falling back to worse positive numbers, we may reinstitute something like that. But drinking alcohol leads to talking loudly and more boisterous activity, and people leaning over and listening to each other if the entire area is noisy and is a high-risk activity. However, again, since we've seen some improvement in our status over the last month, I've decided that let's hold back on that. Now, it still is restricted to serving food, and it still is restaurants and not bars. But those are the essential changes that we've made. And then again, cutting way down on the number of pages, the duplication, and the confusion. So I will stop there, and I hope you've had a chance to at least glance through the orders. I think they're a little tighter, and I'll end my report. And if there's any questions, I'd happily answer them.
Yeah, if you're going to be around, that would be great if you could wait, and we'll take the questions afterwards.
I will.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Becky Emery. Ms. Emery.
Good morning, Supervisor, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity. It's Becky Emery, DOC manager. This past week, as Dr. Corrin shared, there was the outbreak at Ken Fowler's. We have worked closely with that business to engage in outbreak testing. We've also completed case investigations and have been working to identify any of the close contacts so that we can mitigate the spread to others. Additionally, our environmental health director, Trey Strickland, completed an on-site evaluation and provided guidance for additional prevention methods to that business. Environmental health will be conducting a follow-up site visit to ensure these measures have been successfully implemented. And we encourage businesses to evaluate all of their spaces, both public and private areas, to ensure that social distancing is occurring and that they have significant limited unmasked times and interactions with people when possible. Additionally, signage is very, very important, and we encourage all of our businesses to have good, clear signage in both English and Spanish, and when possible, either to have someone verbally available to assist those that are visually impaired or by Braille. Outreach efforts have proven successful. We've implemented texting methods to contact individuals, and our case investigators with that support are now being able to reach more individuals in a timely manner. For those individuals that we haven't been able to reach by phone, we have implemented a field worker process and are then placing people in isolation when we're unable to reach those individuals by phone. It also has proven very successful, and we've been able to help mitigate any of the spread by putting people into isolation and quarantine much quicker. And those efforts are continuing to be improved. The person that we have in our field, or the people that we're doing our field work, are bilingual so that we can make sure that we are supporting our entire community to the best of our abilities. As Dr. Corrin shared, the new roadmap provided by the state allows for the 4-tier system, and our operations lead, Kirk Ford, has successfully created a tracking mechanism and updates that daily dashboard, allowing for our daily status. I think it's really important to note that this is a daily evaluation and that the state makes their determination based on the weekly average of Sunday through Saturday. So I know that Dr. Corrin is working very closely on state calls to make sure that we're tracking our data correctly and accurately, and in his reports of how we're doing. So I really appreciate all of his efforts there. We've also been notified by the state that our contract with OptumServe is going to be continuing through the month of November. And so we want to make sure that we're encouraging people to continue to use this resource. It is located at the Ukiah Fairgrounds for regular testing, and especially for anyone with regular public contact. They should be testing every 2 weeks. The tests are now mid-turbinate, which means it doesn't go as far into your nose, making it much more comfortable. Additionally, our results from OptumServe have been consistently returning within 2 to 3 days. And so the turnaround on this is very quick, and that certainly assists us in our abilities to respond timely in mitigating the spread of this virus. We're continuing to work with UCSF through the month of September in partnership with our local clinics in our outlying areas to provide surveillance testing. And we have reached out to UCSF and are waiting to hear back from them on whether this contract will continue into October or further. I know that's something that we're all looking for and hoping that is available. And we, as I said, are certainly working with UCSF to ensure that we have that resource as much as possible. We are continuing to utilize our alternate care site located on Whitmore for those individuals that are unable to isolate or quarantine in their homes and have had significant support from a great group of people that have contracted to make the support at that site more of a home setting. And to date, 9 individuals have stayed in the facility since mid-August. And that has been a much needed support for those individuals and their families when they have not been able to isolate or quarantine in their home. It's through these continued partnerships and diligent efforts to engage in social distancing, wearing our masks correctly over our nose and under our chin to ensure that we have that full coverage, and our diligent cleaning and sanitizing and sheltering in place as much as possible that will continue to come together and curb the increase in cases that we're experiencing. And I'll be available for any questions afterwards.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Janine Miller.
Good morning, Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. Just wanted to give a report out regarding mental health and substance use disorders treatment and what's going on in our community today. Unfortunately, we continue to see an increase in suicides and a need for mental health services throughout the community. The providers, especially mental health providers and the county behavioral health staff, continue to provide services through telephone, online platforms, and face-to-face as needed. There is some face-to-face as needed, so we still are meeting those needs as we need to do that. Behavioral health continues to provide outreach and education to the community regarding services that are available and trying to connect people to services, even if they're not county services. The warm line is still available and taking calls. We do receive calls pretty on a regular basis, on a daily basis, and we are taking those calls. We have started support groups, and they are free to our community. They started about 2 weeks ago, and we are continuing to offer those, and we will continue to expand those. Those groups are available in English, Spanish, and we've created some First Nation groups also. And we're going to see an expansion of those hopefully in the next couple of weeks, and we have had some people participating in those groups. We also want to make sure that everybody knows the crisis services are still up and running and available for anybody who needs them, and that our North Bay Suicide Prevention line is available for anyone wanting to reach out to that line. And then again, of course, we have our warm line also available, and we just want to make sure those resources are known and in our community. And I can answer any questions you guys might have at the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Deputy CEO Darcy Antle.
She's making her way to the mic momentarily.
Oh. Good morning, Chair Hashtag, members of the board. So a fiscal report for you this morning on COVID. At this time, we have, the county has committed over 76,000 hours. That's roughly over 30 full-time employees on an annual basis. The fiscal team continues to work with the DOC as they are monitoring the outbreaks and surveillance testing. We're continuing to work with Optum and the fairgrounds lease to keep the fairgrounds open. As Ms. Emery spoke, that lease is continued now through the end of November so we can do the surveillance testing. As on your agenda, you see the Great Plates, and we're continuing to move forward and supply the food through this program, as well as food distribution through NCO, and we worked prior with the Community Foundation. So we continue to monitor those efforts. And Room Key, which is the first step before Home Key, we now only have 4 residents that are high-risk individuals in hotel rooms. that also have some sort of medical condition. So that program at one time was serving over 258 residents. They have been transitioned to permanent or gone back to their homes where we made family connections. So those individuals have been worked with a lot through the Megan, Ben, Sance, and the HHSA team. I think at this point, that would end my report for today.
Okay, thank you. Sheriff Kendall, good morning.
Good morning. Let me see if I can start my video. I'm sorry, I was working on some statistics here. So currently, I don't have much to report on the COVID-19 enforcement due to the recent work that we've been completing with the road closures and evacuations and whatnot on fire. So, but the deputies, basically, it's become a portion of their every day to be able to deal with masking and whatnot. It's just a standard portion of their beat. Complaints regarding masking and gatherings continue to drop off. And so more education is causing basically better compliance. We're continuing to see an extreme rise in suicides. Right now, we had 20 suicides for 2019. Currently in Mendocino County, basically 75% of the way through the year, we have 25. That's not taking into account the holiday season, which we know will cause that curve to sharpen a little higher. We're projecting a 36% increase, not including the holiday season in suicides. Drug overdoses, we had 32 in 2019. Currently, we have 21 confirmed. We have 8 more suspected that we're waiting on toxicology reports on. That's going to put us at about a 25% increase for the drug overdoses. And so we have a lot of work, and I think that we need to really truly look at more outreach, try to figure out a way to keep people better connected during these times, because I think some of the things that we're seeing are some of those unintended consequences of some of the things that we've had to do. And I think we need to look at it in totality, because it's all, I think, pretty much related to the problems that we're seeing right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff. I'm John Martyr, from Special Investigations Unit.
Good morning, Chair Hashek and members of the board. John Martyr, Chief Investigator for the Special Investigations Unit. SIU continues to provide 7-day-a-week response to calls for service. For the month of September, we have only received 12 calls for service. We've had 11 days without any calls for service. Of the calls that we've received, 3 were handled by the SIU unit, 2 were referred to county code enforcement, 4 referred to the city of Ukiah, and 3 were referred to the city of Fort Bragg. During the Labor Day weekend, I personally went out on patrol Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, mostly on the coast. It was packed. There was a lot of people on the coast. But the areas that we all patrolled, I'm happy to report that the vast majority of people were in compliance of our public health orders. There was a large crafts show or event south of Wallala. People were maintaining social distancing. Everybody that I saw had masks on. And we only had 1 call for service for that entire 3 or 4 day weekend. So I was very pleased with the outcome. Why our numbers are low, again, I think it's the efforts of our public outreach, our mask up efforts for the Chamber of Commerce. And I think a term that I just heard on the radio the other day is COVID fatigue. People are tired, as this incident continues to go on and on. People are not, responding or reporting things like they were in the initial part of this incident. In terms of the type of incidents, masking is still the most reported incident we're receiving. However, it's not general public problems. It is people working in commercial establishments that aren't masking up. So again, we're making an effort to connect with our business owners and making sure that they're aware that the public health orders are still in effect and trying to combat that problem. I'll remain on the line here for questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. John Burks, Code Enforcement.
Good morning, Chair, Board, and community. So we have had a significant decrease, as has everyone else, in complaint volume. Currently, we have one active investigation, one inactive investigation, one in citation, and 107 cases closed with compliance for a total of 110 total cases. We focus, mainly on businesses, and the educational approach has paid huge dividends. I would like to think that our combined effort of letting the public know and what they're experiencing on their own, as far as the numbers increase, it seems to us that people are being more cautious. That being said, like Sheriff Kendall, we're experiencing about a 30% increase in our code and cannabis complaints. So there's a little bit of a backlog created by dumping all of our resources into the health order responses. And now we're trying to clear the backlog of all the traditional code and cannabis complaints. So I think that's, just a balance that we're getting used to over here. And I'll remain on the line for any questions. And thank you for your service.
Okay, thank you. Trey Strickland from Environmental Health.
Thank you, Chair Haschak, board members. I'll just give you a quick update on the Fowler auto assessment. They had voluntarily closed, went through a pretty significant deep cleaning, and were very cooperative and eager to implement improvements to minimize their risk in the future. So they're making some changes right now while they're closed, and I do intend to go back out in about a week and a half or so. And if any board members or Dr. Corin would like to participate in that walkthrough, you're more than welcome to join. Just let me know, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. So let's see. Why don't we continue on with the fire update? And we certainly appreciate all the work that's been done with the huge fires, the Oak Fire, the August Fire. And so Sheriff Kendall.
Thank you, Chair Haschak, members of the board. So this morning for the fire update, I received a real quick briefing. Currently, the complex itself is at 878,368 acres. The west zone that seems to affect Mendocino, the county, the most, that's currently at 95,168 acres. They're at 35% containment, which is absolutely amazing to me. I didn't think that it would be possible that fast, especially knowing the terrain. Growing up in a lot of that area, I'm absolutely amazed that they were able to accomplish this. CAL FIRE's unified team with U.S. Forest Service and the Sheriff's Office is still taking a coordinated effort to make responses in the August complex. CAL FIRE requested, and working with Sheriff Hansel and myself, an extra 125 personnel from the State National Guard. These are folks who are trained in firefighting, and with the extreme reduction that we've seen in the work camps through CDCR, I think we're sitting at about 47% of their capacity that they've had in years past. And so we've asked for the National Guard to come in and help. They have teams that are trained cutting fire line. They're just good, hardworking, solid people. And we needed that to assist with a lot of these dozer lines, a lot of these fire lines. And so it sounds like they made it to the county yesterday and are working between basically that north zone, which is up beyond the North Fork of the Eel River into Trinity County. And it sounds like they've also got them on the west zone, which is out alongside of Covelo to the east. We had a big repopulation effort that went on over the weekend through yesterday. And so a lot of those areas in Bowers Subdivision, a lot of those areas up Forest Highway 7 and up the Hams Pass Road on Leech Lake Mountain have been repopulated kind of into those areas right before where the forest begins. We still have some concerns about that southern end of it, which is out in Lake County, because we've seen what happened during the Mendocino fire in 1987. It could run into places that we don't want it to run, but they were able to put a lot of personnel and a lot of resources on it. And so they're getting that buttoned up nicely. It's looking real good. The big concern right now, of course, is if we have any active fire going when we get red flag winds. I mean, the red flag warnings are bad enough just being concerned over power lines, infrastructure, anything that can go wrong. However, if we have a great big fire going and suddenly we get those red flag winds, we saw it move from basically the Yola wilderness all the way out to the Lone Pine Ranch in one night. And so we're watching it really, truly like a hawk all the time, continually watching the weather. And our concerns, we're not out of the woods yet. We're looking really good for Mendocino County, but we are simply not out of the woods yet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff. And Brent Blazer, Emergency Services Coordinator. Brent, are you on the line? Okay, so since he's not on the line, we'll open it up for questions. If we can limit it to 2 questions per supervisor, and we'll go around like that. So let's, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have questions at this time, but I certainly want to thank the sheriff for the personal daily contact during this extreme fire danger. I truly appreciate it, and knowing what was going on was wonderful to be able to get that information and know how our residents are doing, especially those under evacuation warnings and those being evacuated. But getting that fire update, where it was headed, where they were trying to stop it, what the weather was, I truly appreciated it. Thank you.
You're quite welcome, Supervisor Brown.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On September 1st, the board gave, I believe, clear direction for staff to move forward with developing a promotores de salud approach to outreach. And I would like to ask what specific steps have been taken to implement a promotores de salud program.
Okay, is that for Becky Emery?
For whoever is able to speak to it.
Okay.
Good morning, Supervisor Haschak. What I can say is that our director, Tammy Moss-Chandler, has been working closely. I know that they've had discussions and are working through processes. I don't have an additional update at this time, but certainly we can get information and follow up with the board.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, Dr. Corn.
The only addition I would make is that this program requires finding the right personnel and working with our partners in the clinics. For us to have an independent workforce would be very expensive and probably less effective than working with our clinic partners. And they're very interested in it. So we had our first discussion last Friday afternoon. And of course, Anderson Valley does have a group of community health workers who have been going out to various industries and so on and doing some education as well as testing. We're a little bit impeded by not being able to do testing at work sites, but we are trying to work that out. It's happening. It's beginning through other clinics. So it's an effort that we definitely are trying to implement. It takes some time, both recruiting the right individuals and working with our partners, the clinics, because it would be much better as we reach out to these communities for them to understand that they have a clinic that they can call their own, personal home for healthcare. And we want to associate that with the clinics rather than just with the Department of Public Health. We want to assist the clinics in developing that kind of a model.
Okay, Supervisor.
Yes, thank you. A comment back to that, and then I do have a second question. So I appreciate the work that is being done, but we all know that there's a critical need for improved outreach, specifically to the Latino community, specifically in the Ukiah Valley. I believe we've identified known hotspots, residential areas where cases continue to occur, and the promotores, to me, isn't primarily going out to work sites and providing information. It's actually going door to door. And given that we know exactly where hotspots are occurring, it's concerning that we have not responded more quickly. Well before you came on board, Dr. Corin, at least as far back as beginning of May. So over 4 months ago, we were aware of the significant health disparity. I believe the cases are still tracking that same disparity. Yes, it takes time. Yes, it takes money. We do need to do more. So I'll leave it at that for now. But I do have an additional question regarding the cases that are, the cases that are reported on the data dashboard. And we have both the graphics showing the demographics of those cases. Then we have a chart that shows cases per day from date tested. And the cases per day from date tested don't equate to the cases that are reported daily on the data dashboard. And I believe that's because on the data dashboard, these were the 24 cases reported today, as I think was the case yesterday. But then for the chart, those are distributed back to the day that the test was taken. Is that accurate so far? And then also, is it possible to come up with more information on these graphs that clearly show the dates, the cases per date tested that are used to calculate the case rate with the state? Because I'm very concerned that we're really not bringing our daily case rate down by the way the state measures it. So anyone who can respond to that, kind of two things. Is this accurate that the cases reported on the data dashboard don't track directly with the cases per day from date tested? And is it possible to show more information about exactly what is used to calculate the state case rate? Thank you.
Okay.
I could start.
Dr. Corin?
Okay. On our stat tracker that we have publicly on the website, the daily positive cases do not correspond to today's cases. They correspond to exactly what the state is tracking. So the state looks back between 7 and 14 days ago, and that is what we're doing, and gets an average for our population of how many new cases during that period of time. Now they look with that 7-day lag. So it goes from 7 to 14 days back. So there's a 7-day lag, because probably over 95% of the tests that are done and reported after they're done are reported by 7 days. The average reporting time is between 2 and 3 days. And so 7 days, they're figuring, allows us to see real data There may be some stragglers that got lost in the mail or something like that, but by and large, this data is that they collect is geared to being sure that they can rate how our community is doing. Now, we've put this up on the stat tracker so the community can see how we're doing, but they're seeing how we do 7 to 14 days back, which is just exactly what the state is looking at. Now, do we use the same data as the state does, and how can we track one compared to the other? We collect our own data, which in the last many months we have found to be more accurate. We also compare it to what the state comes up with their conclusion when they pull the data. They pull it on Monday mornings every 2 weeks or every week, and they look back 2 weeks. So if they have if there's a discrepancy, we do request names and dates, and we compare it very diligently to see if there's some deviation. And if there is, we have the right to talk to the state and say, hey, we see this and you see that. And that's what happened several months ago when they were using data from their electronic data collection, Cal Connect, wasn't it? Cal Connect? Cal Ready, sorry, thanks. Cal Ready. And they weren't getting the data in a timely manner. Actually, the system was broken at the state level, and we were much more accurate, which is why over the summer you saw Dr. Doohan say, well, I think we're on the state's watch list, and that went on for about 3 weeks until the state could catch up. And then there was a mess because they put us back on the watch list retroactively 3 weeks. So we watch this data very, very carefully, and they're watching it more now because they realize the fallacy of their data collection. But I think that the way that we're doing it, while it doesn't give the daily numbers that I think you're asking for, we do have a chart of that, but it's less useful because, as you know, as you said, we might not get that data in until 3 or 4 days later, then it has to be updated. But our tracker does track that. And so the summary with 7 days average after a 7-day lag makes much more sense in terms of how we're doing and how the state sees us doing. I hope that doesn't confuse more than clarify.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to move on. If you're not speaking, if you could mute yourself, that would be great. And I bypassed Howard DeShiel, so I'm sorry. And Howard DeShiel is here, Director of Transportation, to give a report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. So this is real brief. The last meeting in April, the board discussed placing changeable message signs at the 5 highway entrances to the county. You know, the message back then was shelter in place, essential travel only. Those messages were later changed to keep 6 feet apart, wear a mask. We're expending from the COVID funds, a little over $5,000 a month. And I believe the intent of the board was those messages were important during the tourist season. The tourist season's now overdrawn to an end. So MDOT is just recommending that it's perhaps time to take those signs down and return them to rental. And I wanted to just get some guidance on that.
Thank you, Howard, about that. Should we take that up now? Why don't we just deal with that issue that Mr. DeShiel brought up? So is there...
Yeah, Chair Hashak, given the fire statewide and the poor air quality statewide, I think we're going to continue to see people coming to through Mendocino County, the inland area, to the Mendocino coast to get fresh air. So, we can still have great weather through, middle of November. So I think we want to continue the signs in the month of September, in the month of October at least.
Any further comment on that?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
I would support continuing the messaging, but I think the message should be masks required, minimum fine $100. And I missed what the current message is. But I think we need to emphasize the mask wearing.
Howard, could you tell us again what the message is on the boards?
Presently, the message is still keep 6 feet apart, wear a mask, and that's a Caltrans approved message. So if we change it to, mask required or $100 fine, I'll need to process that through Caltrans. That'll go through their legal, but if that's what the board wants me to do, that's what I will attempt to do. I would just ask for ability to send counter offers from Caltrans to the chair, because we may have to negotiate that language.
Yeah, it seems like we've negotiated the language a lot. We've gotten to where we are with that message. So it's even gone to the governor's office. Any further comment about?
Yeah, Chair Haschak, do we have support for McCowan's language, which I would second?
I'm fine with it.
I would support that too.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Brown, I'm fine with it as well.
Okay. So Howard, if you could work on that, see if it's possible. See what Caltrans says. I'd appreciate that.
I will, and I will plan to, after we make those changes, what I'm hearing is by the end of November, we could probably look at removing the signs. They are costing us a little over $5,000 a month. And originally, I told the board that we get into this for $20,000. We've exceeded that now. So, I will be up to $30,000, just so you know.
Chair Haschak?
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Should we be considering alternative signs, given that COVID may run for the next year, rather than renting these expensive, and it may be more visible with a real sign instead of these portables? Is
that a possibility, Howard, with Caltrans, or do we have to have those mobile electronic ones?
The mobiles were easier to permit. Permanent signs will take longer, but I certainly could work on those, especially if we're talking 2 months to, the portable changeable message signs. During that time, I should be able to find out how successful I'd be in putting up permanent post signs. And I can work on both.
Okay, and I'd like to see, if we could just keep the signs up till, November 1st. And then it seems like the tourist season will start dying down, and if we get permanent signs up, then that will take its place. But it seems that we're spending a lot of money, and people should have the idea by now. Anyone want to go for November 1st deadline for the electronic signs?
Well, Chair Haschak, our residents certainly 8 months in understand what's expected and how to keep each other safe. But these signs are to keep us safe from out-of-area visitors who may be coming from a different county with different level of education to date. So I'm concerned about the cost, $5,000 a month. Seems outrageous, but I'm afraid that we're going to get to November and find that we still have people coming here, and they need to be aware that there is a fine in place for not following the order.
Okay, any further comment?
Mr. Support what Supervisor Williams and Jurdy have previously stated and just reiterated.
So I think that was keep the signs through November. Is that, and look for a fixed solution? Is that correct?
I would support that, and also I don't know what the potential is to find cooperative private property owners that might allow signs to be installed on their property. And is there a way to do that and skip the Caltrans approval process? We don't need to discuss that now, but perhaps the coastal supervisors could pursue that with staff.
Okay. Howard, do you have enough direction at this point?
I do. I think what I hear is that I'll pursue changing the message with Caltrans. I'll also start to explore fixed base signs. Right now, we're trying to keep the changeable message there till November 1st. One other bit of information the board needs to know is we've already had one of the signs vandalized. We've had a hit and run. It is possible when you add the $100 fine thing that it might spark more vandalism. I just have to say that. And of course, we'll pay the expenses to the rental company that it costs to repair. So putting them on private property with some security and fixed posts is a good idea if we want to do this long term. So I will work on both things.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to further questions. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I just want to thank all of the county employees working on the COVID and now the fires and the members of the public. And, just did want to mention, an example of a little bit of good news that the South Fort Bragg Fire Safe Council, which is, informally started maybe 3 years ago. They just recently completed a chipper program working with the countywide Fire Safe Council and Scott Craddy, and they were very happy with the work there. I forget the name of the tree company that worked through under contract with the Fire Safe Council, but it was successful. They had, I think, about 30 or so properties in the South Fort Bragg area where property owners worked with the chipper and the Fire Safe Council to clear defensible space around their properties. CAL FIRE has worked to establish a secondary emergency access route into the Mitchell Creek Simpson Lane neighborhood through Gibney Lane, and it's more or less finished at this point. So there are pockets of positive results that are coming about. They're maybe a little less visible in some ways because we're all sheltering in place, but anyway, I just wanted to highlight the good work that everybody's doing on all these different fronts, and that we are seeing success stories, even if they're not terribly visible, because we're all sheltering in place.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
No questions.
Okay, I just have a couple. I'd like to ditto what Supervisor Brown said about the work that Sheriff Kendall has been doing, and we totally appreciate his keeping us informed of the situations all along the western front of this August fire. And Sheriff Kendall has been calling, late at night. He'll call early in the morning, and he's been working and tirelessly. And so we hope that you can get some rest at some point. And so I totally appreciate it, and our communities do too. And also,
you're welcome. Thank you, Chair Haschak.
Well, thank you. There's been a question about the communications, and so a few meetings back, maybe months ago, is that the CEO requested that the supervisors not go to the DOC for information regarding the public health order, and I'd just like to say that we were supposed to go to the call center, and my understanding is that the call center is now going to not exist. And so we need a new protocol for where to go, because certainly our understanding is that the DOC is overwhelmed with everything with COVID. And so I think that unless staff has a different idea, I think the best solution, and if we can have agreement with the supervisors, is for us to go to the executive office if we need to get information. And maybe Deputy CEO Janelle Rao has an idea about that. I see Becky Emery wants to talk. So Becky, do you want to go first?
Thank you, Supervisor Haschak. Just to be clear, the call center split out. So there was the call center that was responding to both the fire and the COVID event. And it was a significant amount of information and questions that were coming in. In order to expedite response on both efforts, the call center was then broke apart. And so the Department Operations Center for COVID response has set up a separate line for calling. We have posted that on our intranet. The number is 707-472-2759. And that number is answered Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. And so we are still available for questions through our call center. It's just a different number now.
Okay, so the supervisors could go to that number and get clarification on questions.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's 472-2759, right? Okay, thank you. And I think that will work. Do we have agreement with the supervisors that we'll go to that line instead of, and not go to the DOC? Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, for clarification, you would like us to use that number during business hours and do what during off business hours?
Let's see. Could we call the CEOs or the executive office?
Does that mean Carmel's personal cell or what?
Well, let's see. Becky Emery?
So we do have the line set up to take voice messages. It wouldn't be an instant response, of course, but it does take messages, and we are checking those when we return to the office.
So if a message was left at 7 p.m. on Friday, it would be responded 9 or 10 a.m. on Monday?
At this point, yes.
Okay, so if there is an urgent question, you could go to the executive office. Which would you mean going to the CEO or the deputy CEO?
I'd like clarification on emails because oftentimes we're contacted by email from a constituent, and it's usually better to forward their email with additional follow-up information because it's just a clear line of communication. So what is the email address we're to use?
Becky, is there an email address that they could use?
All right. Yes. So we are still coordinating those efforts with the call center. And so it's still callcenter@mendocinocounty.org.
Okay, very good. Good question. All right. Are we in agreement with that then as the procedure? Okay. Hearing silence, we'll agree to that. Okay, so thank you.
Mr. Chair, Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO, I believe Dr. Miller does have some information she'd like to share just in response to a question presented earlier in the discussion.
Okay, Dr. Miller.
Good morning. I just wanted to follow up. I know there was a question regarding the Promotoras de Salud model, and I know there was a question about where we're at in the process. And I just wanted to clarify that we are actually in the recruitment process. I just want to make sure you guys knew that we are recruiting for it. Those positions have been open, and we are waiting to fill them. We also are in the process of applying for a grant to have additional funding to fill those positions long term and to implement those and really make them part of our public health program going forward long term in our outreach and nursing programs. So I just wanted to add that piece. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. And then I have one question for John Martyr. You said that there were businesses that weren't complying with the mask. And have you been communicating that with the Chamber of Commerce's with their Mask Up Mendocino project?
Supervisor Haschak, no, I have not directly communicated that with the Chamber of Commerce, although I did have a chance to talk to Ron Moorhead the other day, and I will convey that to him.
Okay, that would be good, because I'm sure that they would appreciate that communication and be able to work on it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. So if that's all the questions we have, then we have public comment.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. So again, one of the most critical issues facing us is the continuing high daily case rate. We're, not in a position to move to a lower tier. And we do know specific locations in the Ukiah Valley where we have hotspots. And I would pose the question, is there any legal reason? Well, I can't imagine there would be a legal reason, but is there anything that would prevent us from having a notice in English and Spanish that would be delivered to each of the residents, each apartment or each trailer space in these hotspot locations, so that everybody residing in these areas is made aware there is an issue right in your facility with elevated case rates, and here are the things that you should be aware of to ideally prevent contracting COVID. So again, and we've known of these specific locations for, I believe, a month, and I'm not aware that we've done anything to outreach directly to the people who live in these locations. I would hope this would be a high priority to make all of those residents aware of the situation and what they need to be doing to keep them and their families safe.
Okay, any response to that? Becky, do you have any, what are we doing? I guess the question is, what are we doing as far as outreach to the Hispanic community?
Well, specifically, what are we doing to do targeted outreach to the known locations that are hotspots where we know we have clusters of cases?
So what I would say at this point is that those areas have shifted and they continue to shift and change. So it's not a specific location or area at any given time. I cannot say that a mobile home park or an apartment complex has been an ongoing source of hotspots. And so to be able to do that outreach effort is not as clear or as easy as you may think from that. The addresses, of course, are confidential, but in looking at those addresses, they are not necessarily specific to any one neighborhood of individuals. And so at this time, we're continuing to watch this. We continue to evaluate. We've done several geomappings, specifically around the fires and previously, and looking at this effort. And so in those situations, they have not had the overlay that you're referring to, Supervisor McCowan.
All right.
That's inconsistent with information I have, but I'll leave it at that for now. I would ask another question. Well, I'll make the statement. I do not believe, and thank you, Branch Director Emery, for the information on workplace, places of work for people who have tested positive. And that information continues to show that we have 0 cases from personal care facilities, 0 cases from gyms and fitness centers. And I would go from that to, we do have requirements that gyms and fitness centers and personal care, other than hair salons and barbers, can only operate outside currently. I'm aware of at least one business that believes it's key to their survival to be able to construct a canopy, anticipating that winter weather is coming. We don't see any prospect in the short term of getting out from under these outdoor requirements. So this would really be for the board. Are we willing to give direction to staff, primarily planning and building services, to waive zoning requirements and otherwise expedite the construction of canopies or other roof structures necessary to allow businesses to continue outdoor operations? So I think that's to the board. Do we want to give that direction? I'm aware of one city that implemented similar measures 3 months ago. So I would hope the board could follow through and support our businesses that are being forced to operate outside.
I support the proposal by Supervisor McCown. I think that makes sense. I mean, this is an emergency situation. The ordinance amendment, if needed, could be written to reflect that would be in effect during the health order or during the health emergency.
Chair Haschek.
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I support it as well. I had reached out to County Council some time back, and rather than bringing it forward, it made sense to give County Council time to research options and look at what other counties and cities are doing. On the temporary nature, I think some businesses are looking at putting up more substantial canopies, understanding that this may go on for some time. I think it would be unfair to require that those shelters be taken down in all cases. And so I would I would support Supervisor McCowan's concept, but I would ask if we could extend it to look at the feasibility of the shelters persisting beyond the emergency. The fear is, say, an athletic facility that puts a shelter up that costs hundreds of thousands, and then the state ends the COVID restrictions and the emergency. If they have to take that down and then 3 months later we're back into an emergency, that'll create a new hardship.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will have planning and building services before us today. Can we hold on that and discuss it with the director when they come forward on that particular agenda item that we're going to be having?
Okay, that seems reasonable. County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of Supervisor Brown's suggestion, I would just suggest that the chair be clear that this item would be continued to the same time to allow discussion while planning and building is present. And I would just like to add, Supervisor Williams did alert me to this issue. I do actually have a deputy looking into it. I do want the board to be aware the area that we're going to have the most complications that we've seen so far is likely going to be the coastal zone, insofar as there are likely issues there that would be outside of the county's exclusive control. So we're looking at processes where, at least in the coastal zone, we may need to be seeking emergency approval from the Coastal Commission or possibly the governor for a relief for those efforts. And then I just also alert the board that this may be obvious, but there may be locations inside of city limits that it may not be a matter of changing the county land use regulations. It may be a matter of the cities changing theirs.
Okay, if we're all right, we'll continue this item 5A in this afternoon when Planning and Building Director Brent Schultz is here. Okay, if that's all right with everyone. Very good. And if we could go to public comment now. I think we had one public comment. Deputy Clerk, is Hannah Nelson on the line? Yes. Ms. Nelson? Ms. Nelson?
Yes, Chair Haschak and Supervisors, this is Hannah Nelson. Just wanted to give a brief update. There was some communication through Trent Taylor asking Mendocino Cannabis Alliance if they had information on fire loss to cannabis applicants and permittees. In response to that request, MCA is putting together a survey and a live document that can be updated but ensure no duplication. That will be released probably at the end of this week and remain open, not only through the continuing current fire season. It will specify August fire versus West Complex, and hopefully not any additional fires, but also will maintain its status through the period of time necessary to capture loss due to testing, which is often not discovered until much later in the process. Additionally, I just want to extend our genuine appreciation for Sheriff Kindle and CAL FIRE, not only for the ongoing work that they always do, but also working with us to maintain access to restricted areas to ranchers and farmers when it was safe to do so, and establishing procedures that hopefully will endure in the future for those situations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think that was the only public comment. So we'll go back to the board. Is there any other motion or action needed to be taken? Okay, hearing none, we will thank everyone who's been working so hard on both of our disasters, the fires and the COVID. And like Supervisor Jurdy said, you know, county employees and the state employees are working very well together, and we appreciate all the work and dedication. So thank you very much. With that, we are going to take a break. And so it's 10:52 right now. We'll come back at 11:07. So until then, we're on break. Thank you, everyone. So now we're on to item 5B, which is discussion and possible action regarding the receiving and filing of the wildfire vulnerability assessment and public outreach plan for Mendocino County, adoption of the emergency evacuation plan as Annex A to the existing county emergency operations plan. The sponsor is the sheriff coroner. Brent Blazer, are you representing the sheriff today?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Go ahead then. You can introduce the item.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Chair, Board. I just want to go ahead and let our Bob take over. Bob's been doing the lead of the planning effort for this fire vulnerability study, public outreach plan, and also developed the actual evacuation plan, which was a directive from MCOE and such. Bob, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Bob.
Good morning, honored board. Bob Newman, Category 5 Professional Consultants. As you know, a series of large and destructive wildland fires within the county, the Redwood Complex Fire in 2017, the Mendocino Complex Fire in 2018, and the current August Complex Fire have dramatically reinforced the need to possess well thought out and practiced primary and alternate evacuation plans. When first responders and local agencies have current and concise plans in place, the potential to reduce life loss, property damage, and economic and public health impacts improves dramatically. In addition, when the general public has knowledge that sound planning is in place, they become more confident in their local government's capacity to manage emergency events. During the summer of 2019, the Mendocino Council of Government put out a proposal for a bid to develop 3 planning documents: a public outreach plan, a wildfire vulnerability assessment, and a wildfire emergency evacuation preparedness plan. Category 5 Professional Consultants was awarded the bid in October of 2019. To obtain input from the community stakeholders, the consultants immediately formed a technical advisory group comprised of public safety officials, including local fire chiefs, law enforcement, local government representatives, and interested citizens. These key stakeholders reviewed the consultants' work and made recommendations throughout the planning process, providing valuable input. Early on in the planning process, CFPC staff determined that the county did not have a formal wildfire evacuation plan or a flood or tsunami plan in place. With that in mind, we made the decision to include flood and tsunami elements in the new evacuation plan. In addition, given the lack of a current plan, we made concentrated efforts to complete the emergency evacuation plan before the advent of the 2020 fire season. A short review of the planning that has occurred is as follows. The public outreach plan has been developed. The goal of this outreach initiative was to understand the community's concerns regarding the wildland fire threat and emergency evacuations, increase the community's awareness of the wildland fire risk, and encourage residents to take steps to protect themselves, their family, and their property, and improve the knowledge of evacuation planning and increase their confidence in local first responders' abilities to handle a major disaster. In November of 2019, our staff conducted a widely advertised online survey to solicit public concern regarding the local fire threat and evacuation fears to gain insight into the diverse needs of the various communities and groups within the county. Instead of using multiple choice or yes/no answers, the survey was designed to encourage public and provide detailed responses. The survey ran for 6 weeks, and 252 survey responses were received. Respondents provided a thorough representation from all areas of the county. This feedback was prioritized and incorporated into the planning decisions and recommendations as applicable. Primary issues discovered included Mendocino County residents feel the entire county is vulnerable to a significant wildfire. The unincorporated of Brook Trails ranking as the greatest concern. Additionally, Ukiah, east of Fort Bragg, the Albion Navarro Ridge, Willits, and Anderson Valley and the West Hills were deemed as very vulnerable. Residents were particularly concerned with the risk to the highway corridors from wildfire and the danger inherent in the wildland-urban interface areas. Residents throughout the county also expressed tremendous anxiety over the many communities that have only one way in and out, fearing that the exits would be compromised. They also expressed concern over the lack of proper street identification and addressing. Area residents conveyed that a large number of challenges prevent their community from significantly reducing their wildfire risk. Of greatest concern is the lack of dedicated funding to support wildfire prevention and response efforts. Additionally, the accumulation of fuels found in many areas of the county are worrisome, coupled with what many respondents feel is local opposition to fuel reduction and the lack of a sufficient hazard abatement ordinances. Many people were concerned with the inability of the fire agencies in performing prescribed fire burns due to the increased restrictions and residents' inability to conduct local backyard burning of accumulated fuels. Many individuals expressed that wildfire prevention mitigation was inhibited for bureaucratic reasons and the result of complacency by local government. Residents also feel that many property owners and absentee landlords provide substandard housing, failing to meet building code standards, and are delinquent in taking appropriate measures to reduce the fuel load surrounding their properties. The absence of a local evacuation was voiced by many residents. Also, the need for defensible space and secondary access was frequently expressed challenge. Many respondents want the ability to enter private properties when the need for secondary access becomes essential. Many citizens feel that the existing alerting systems are inadequate and feared they would not be notified within sufficient time to safely evacuate. A large number of respondents are either unaware or confused about the Mendo Alert and Nextel systems. 2/3 of respondents have not enrolled, and many claim these notification systems do not work when the power is down. Compounding this notification concern is unreliable cell phone coverage that exists in many areas of the county, spotty broadband service, and increase in the public safety power shutoffs, also known as the PSPS. When queried about personal concerns if an evacuation was necessary, a large number of respondents worried about what would happen to their pets and livestock. Additionally, there was anticipated worry over family members and particularly disabled and elderly relatives. With the results of the survey in hand and the support of the advisory group, a comprehensive public outreach plan was developed. Designed for long-term use, the plan adopts CAL FIRE's Ready, Set, Go program as all the county's fire agencies. Recommends the installation of bulletin boards displaying fire safety and evacuation planning in prime locations throughout the county. Lists fire and evacuation and educational resources fire agencies can use throughout the year. Provides a means of educating the public on wildfire safety and preparedness through a new public safety announcement program. Presents a plan for informing the public about wildfire preparedness and safe evacuation processes through a community-wide public forums that were facilitated via Zoom and recorded for public viewing. Recommends the county develop a new public information plan that establishes policies, procedures, and training requirements for the county's public education officers. The second component was a wildfire vulnerability assessment that we have completed. The assessment identifies the county areas and populations that are most vulnerable to wildfire and presents recommendations on how to best improve the county's existing strategies and practices. The ultimate goal of the The vulnerability assessment is to prevent loss of life, minimize property damage caused by wildfire, and reduce significant recovery effort spending. The assessment provides a number of benefits, not only to the county, but also to the 4 cities within the county, as it can be integrated into the general plans and safety elements of those jurisdictions. Additionally, information from the assessment may be assimilated into the next update of the regional transportation plan and the current updating of the multi-hazard jurisdiction plan. To develop the assessment, we thoroughly reviewed a number of planning documents, including the existing community wildfire protection plan, the hazard mitigation plan, the county general plan, and current land use and building ordinances, and the California Fire Resources Assessment Maps. In November of 2020, the MCOG staff and our staff met with all the county fire chiefs and the sheriff at monthly County Fire Chiefs Association meeting. Our staff reviewed with the group the overall overview of the project. Additionally, extensive interviews were conducted with the sheriff's lieutenant, local fire chiefs, fire district boards, county planning staff, building officials, tribal representatives, and other local government officials. The impacts of the Redwood and Mendocino complex fires were also thoroughly examined. Upon completion, the evacuation plan and the fire vulnerability assessment plan were submitted to the Director of Emergency Services and the Mendocino Council of Governments in accordance with the Mendocino County Code Section 7.04.060. The Disaster Council then reviewed the plan and voted to recommend to your board adoption in accordance with Section 7.04.08. The above process aligns with the Office of Emergency Services' newly developed Planning Process Guide Annex, which was completed in April of 2020. It also meets state requirements and federal planning guidance. The assessment identifies areas of the county and individual communities at greatest risk to wildfire. It describes the assets at risk to wildfire. It determines where transportation networks in the county are vulnerable and examines existing adaptation strategies and suggests methods and mitigation actions to lessen the impacts from wildfire. In order to consistently and clearly describe the county's wildfire vulnerability, the consultant utilized the 4 planning areas that are currently outlined in the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. These planning areas match the mutual aid zones utilized by local emergency response personnel, both fire and medical. They generally follow the watershed boundaries. They correlate closely with the CAL FIRE battalions. They're based on weather and to some degree fuels and topography. They take into account local jurisdictions and fire district boundaries. They consider population density, and they utilize common transportation corridors. Once the vulnerable areas and communities were identified, an overall description of each community and their assets at risk, the critical infrastructure, the private property, the industry and businesses, and the life threats were conducted. Additionally, the fire risk assessment includes a description of any special concerns that put an area of the county at an elevated risk for wildfire. Considerations delineated in the assessment include the estimated population, climate and special weather concerns, topography, fuel hazards, fire history, existing fire protection resources, transportation corridors, special concerns and hazards, and the critical assets at risk for wildfire. Additionally, based on discussions with fire officers and emergency managers, the consultant worked with the fire behavior analyst to create fire models. Fire modeling is a computer-generated graphical representation of the anticipated fire behavior given a well-defined set of parameters. These models were performed in 2 separate locations, one in Ukiah and one in Brook Trails. The locations and burning conditions were chosen based on current and expected fire weather conditions, existing fuel types, and past fire history. The sites chosen are densely populated and would cause an evacuation order to be issued. Third component was the development of an emergency evacuation preparedness plan. This plan describes the strategies for managing evacuations which exceed the day-to-day capabilities of the various public safety agencies within the county. This plan was developed in collaboration with key stakeholders, emergency responders, transportation agencies, local and tribal governments. The plan has the ancillary benefit of being applicable to non-fire related threats as well. The plan is constructed as an annex of the Mendocino County Emergency Operations Plan. This plan serves as the primary guide for coordinating and responding to all emergencies and disasters within the county. Consequently, both plans comply and integrate with local city plans, ordinances, the state law, state and federal emergency planning guidance, including the standardized emergency management system, the national incident management system, and the incident command system. In order to gain a thorough understanding of both the past and present situations, our staff conducted interviews with first arriving fire officers, sheriff, OAS commander, and on-scene Caltrans managers, the Department of Transportation, and senior county executive staff that were involved in evacuations that resulted from both the Redwood Complex and the Mendocino Complex fires. In addition, the consultant reviewed after-action reports, newspaper, internet reports, and other documentations that enabled us to gain a full understanding of how the evacuations were carried out and the problems that were encountered. The evacuation plan is broken down into 7 parts: an emergency evacuation quick guide, an overview, outline of the planning areas, a section on evacuation management, consideration and guidance, and then area-specific evacuation zones and how to deal with post-evacuation. The following key points are covered in detail. Who has the authority to issue evacuations? What are the evacuation management decision points? Incident command posts and emergency operation centers, how we alert the evacuation area, evacuation assistance, and then management of vulnerable populations, how we deal with evacuating schools, pets and livestock, organizational responsibilities, resource management, a repopulation plan, plan implementation, and plan maintenance and updating. Consistent with the assessment, the emergency evacuation plan utilizes the planning areas developed for the community wildfire protection plan. The size, climate, topography, and fire protection resources, access, egress issues of each planning area are outlined in order to assist emergency managers in their evacuation efforts. Within the guidelines, 69 pre-identified area-specific evacuation zones are delineated and mapped. Evacuation routes, areas of safe refuge, vulnerable population locations, critical infrastructure, traffic control points, transportation facilities and assets, and area-specific concerns are delineated. It should be noted that this plan format was successfully utilized last week in evacuating portions of Alpine, California, and is currently being utilized in managing evacuations on the August complex fire. Throughout the course of developing the public outreach plan, the wildfire vulnerability assessment, and the emergency evacuations plan, the consultants have noted where the community can lessen its significant risk to wildfire threat and minimize the loss of life and property. Subsequently, 34 specific recommendations, which are found at the end of the assessment, are offered under the following categories: emergency alerting systems, codes and ordinances, roads, streets, and naming and name addressing issues, access and egress, transportation assets improvements, transportation agreements, vegetation management, incident command posts, and public outreach. An action plan located at the end of the fire vulnerability assessment has been developed, which delineates 34 specific recommendations, identifies the responsible party, potential funding sources, and assigns a target completion date. In closing, these plans demonstrate the progress that has been made when local public service and government agencies work together towards a common goal. These completed plans bring Mendocino County significantly closer to reducing their wildfire risk to residents and property, while also providing clear and concise guidelines for first responders when an emergency evacuation is needed. And I'd be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? We'll start with Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one very minor question. If there are minor amendments that the board would like to make to the report that might make it a bit more complete, can those be added in at this point?
Bob?
So this Lieutenant Barney with the Sheriff's Office, can I jump in here with just a little bit more information that might help in that area?
Yes, go ahead.
So one of the things we've been looking at through OES, and I'd like to reiterate what Bob Newman said, is this plan has somewhat been implemented in this current event and is working well. But one of the things we're looking at as we deal with technology, the adoption of this plan is kind of the beginning of the event, or the beginning of this, not the end. We have a lot of public outreach to do. We have a lot of honing of technology and mapping specifically. We have kind of a rudimentary mapping system that we put together for this current event that I anticipate we'll be trying to bring back to the board, maybe in some type of committee fashion to do some of those things. But like currently our mapping component has reached just under 900,000 people on this current event. And one of the things we're looking at doing is expanding that whole mapping system out to the entire county. So I don't want it to be, this would be the end of this planning. There's a lot of other annexes that will go with this and be, addendums to the emergency operations plan. So this is a good step in that direction. So I don't know if that helps with some of those.
And sir, this is Brent with OES. Another aspect of this is generally in most jurisdictions, annexes to the emergency operation plan don't come to the board for approval and adoption. Generally, it's the hazard mitigation plan, the emergency operation plan, and then annexes are kind of more tactical in nature and belonging to departments and partners and aligned with best practices that are currently. It's just something that's within our county code. So we're following suit to make sure that a vendor was secured to do this planning cycle, that we follow through and complete the project to the fullest. We will definitely be bringing, we already are working and almost complete with an alert and warning plan to give it a more holistic look and meet state requirements and such. But like Lieutenant Shannon mentioned, or Lieutenant Barney mentioned, that this, planning's never done. We will continue to go through it, and now we're going to take the planning, the strategy aspects from this, and make it actionable with some technology and mapping aspects. Because if you notice in this plan right now, it only maps out a few high risk areas based on the vulnerability study. And what we're going to try to do is bring this plan to life with tools that the public can depend on.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
I just want to mention that that the evacuation route fire vulnerability plan that was done with the MCOG funding did get public input, not just from the fire chiefs throughout the county, but also from many of the fire safe councils throughout the county. I know that the South Fort Bragg Fire Safe Council had a chance to give input to it. So I appreciate the fact that input was sought from a wide variety of people throughout the county.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
How much of a gap is there between the funding that has been identified as available and the funding that is required to meet the recommendations?
Can I answer that?
Please.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Bob.
What we did as we approached the funding mechanisms is we identified potential areas where you might be able to search up grants. Then additionally, we took a look at things that we would like to accomplish over a period of 5 years, that we would like the county to see accomplished over a period of 5 years. And we suggest that those things come back to you through the normal budget process. So there is not a particular dollar amount associated with them. I realize, having worked my entire career in local government, that money just doesn't fall out of the trees for these sorts of things. It has to be well planned out and thought. We tried to make it realistic and approachable given time.
So assuming we don't identify grant sources and the county is in a position to pay for implementation of the recommendations, what's a rough number for the next 5 years? And I'm asking in the context of what should we be setting aside so that we can meet these targets?
To be honest with you, I would have to go back and look. I cannot pull that number.
Is that something that we could bring back at some point and maybe augment the report? The cost?
Supervisor, this is Brent. I just kind of flipped through table 8 of the vulnerability assessment, which is where all the recommendations are. And some of these would be really challenging to define. One being to develop and execute training for the evacuation plan. So to come out you with a dollar amount, it's kind of like a commitment of, how many partners and how much staff time are we going to be allocating to the training aspect. Some of the other items that are on here are road improvements. It looks like agreements with transportation partners, which could be kind of low-hanging fruit, I would think. So if we could, we can put together something. It'd be really challenging to come up with a dollar amount for these really broad tasks.
Brent, I understand it's a challenge, but my worry is if we won't implement these recommendations if funding is required and we don't set aside the funding. And if we don't know a rough target of what it'll cost, we don't know how much to identify in the budget. And so, I'm worried 5 years out, we won't meet implementation of these recommendations purely because of the funding concern. So even if we had a rough number, it's not to hold anybody to it, but just to give us some guidance as to, over the next 5 years, annually, what we need to commit in order to carry out the plan. And if it's too much, maybe we have to scale back. We can't do all of it, but we should be honest about what we plan to get done. And I think that comes from having financial estimates.
We can do an assessment of which departments would be responsible for which of the recommendations and kind of set that portion aside to say, okay, we can bring that back to the board at another date and try to narrow down and put some actual dollar figures with that, as to what we go. Some of them, it's time and commitment, and you're asking partner agencies, to train with us, and we can't really get that commitment. But there are, if there are some roads improvements and stuff like that, I'm sure we could task Howard to kind of give us an idea of how much that would cost his department, and then bring back a little better assessment to the board as to, the cost that we can outline.
I appreciate that. And last comment for my colleagues, I would like for us to do more than just accept this report. I would like us to schedule time to make a commitment to the individual recommendations, assign an owner, get an estimate, and decide when we're going to do it. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's a fantastic document, great research, realistic recommendations, but nothing will come of it if we don't get some commitments that are firm.
Hey, and Supervisor Williams, do you Do you see an ad hoc doing that or a standing committee? How do you envision approaching that?
Could we ask for this item to come back with some guidance as to which recommendations to take up first, and then the board can decide item by item what we want to assign to staff, and then I imagine those will come back with proposals and dollar estimates. I guess I'm asking, do we really need an ad hoc, or can staff just take care of it?
Okay, I'm fine with that approach. Anyone else?
If I may, so it sounds like the concern is really the recommendations going forward for
Brent, could
future.
You please identify? Could you identify?
Yeah, I apologize. This is Brent with OES. Generally, the way our county codes, this would be an item we'd take back down to the disaster council, which is consists of and already has been reviewed by city managers. The three police chiefs actually are identified, fire chief, and a couple other partners. So we can kick it back down there, and then of course that develops a working group underneath the disaster council of primary planners. I would say that the plan as a whole, it sounds like the real concern here is more of just the action items to create improvements, the improvement aspects moving forward, which are not specific just to evacuations. A lot of them are alert and warning, road, all these other items. So I would hope that it's not that piece that's holding us back from adopting and having a finalized plan. Because again, the planning process never ends. It's just best practices. And we have implemented and used portions of this plan in this actual fires that we've had in the last few weeks. But definitely we want to seek improvement. And I think the board makes a great recommendation of how do we now take these improvement items and make them actual realistic and continue to seek self-improvement. And I welcome that challenge.
Okay. Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Brown.
Sorry, they automatically muted me. I was talking. My apology. Later on the agenda today, we do have an abatement ordinance, a discussion, and to have further direction from all of you. So I wanted to point that out to Supervisor Williams because it is mentioned within this report. But I'm hearing this is just a beginning. But in the identity of high-risk areas, I've had constituents contact me upset because of not being listed. So I would like to hear some more about planning for other high-risk areas that didn't make the cut.
Brent or Bob, do you have any comment to that?
I'm going to have to defer to Bob because I wasn't in the initial planning team, but just, I totally understand we want to look at the total holistic county as a whole. But go ahead, Bob.
Good morning again. Early on when we met with the fire chiefs, we discussed how do we go about delineating what is a critical area and what is not. And as you know, the county is very large and very diverse. We have what we call interface and intermix areas. Interface areas are communities that are well-defined and border the fire wildland threat. Intermix areas are communities where homes and or ranches are scattered throughout large areas. Doesn't mean to say that the intermix areas don't receive attention in evacuation, but the simple reality is the fire service and the law enforcement folks have very limited resources, and we need to concentrate those resources where we can best utilize them. So working with the fire chiefs, we outlined those areas primarily in the interface. Now, that is not always the case. There were certain other factors that we use, whether it be fire history, whether it be the types of fuels, whether it be the transportation corridors. But we try to use a very logical approach to how we put together an evacuation plan that we feel we can carry out quickly and efficiently given the resources that we have. So it's not easy at all to do. It doesn't mean, as the plan specifies, that the areas that are not clearly identified or not currently identified are left out of an evacuation process. There are other means, whether it be through air support, that we can evacuate those areas. But again, it's just simply how do we most effectively use the very limited resources that we have, getting the most concentrated effort to those interface areas. I hope that answers the question.
And this, Lieutenant Barney, if I can add to that, one of the things, as I said before, it's the beginning, not the end. And to answer specifically Supervisor Brown's concern, one of the goals of OES is once we have these high critical areas identified and kind of an overarching plan on, is to then start working outward to the areas that maybe didn't meet that threshold of high vulnerable areas to be included specifically in the plan, but working with the fire safe councils and working specifically with the different fire districts and CAL FIRE to start, I don't want to call it, but it's basically going down into the weeds, into the individual little areas to kind of broaden this plan out to eventually cover the entire county, and do training at that local level. So if it's out in the middle of Coblo or Potter Valley or over by Van Arsdale, eventually our goal is to get into those smaller areas that may not be specifically named in a plan, but just kind of develop that same system county-wide. It's just going to take several years to do that. And by adoption of this plan, those areas are included. The mechanism to, our standard language and things that we're adopting in this plan and kind of our overarching vision of how to do evacuations would still apply out there, so it's not like they're being left out. It's just they're not specifically addressed by name, but that is the plan to go there eventually.
Okay, and Mr. Chair,
yes.
May I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
I'll accept the explanation, but you're talking small areas. The complaints I received from constituents have to do with the eastern hills of Ukiah Valley, and that's not a small population. That's quite a large population. And for the Western Hills, they received grant funding, and it was very, very good to keep a fire coming down into the city of Ukiah. However, those hills aren't really populated until you get down into the city. But that's not the same for the eastern side of Ukiah Valley. So I just wanted to point that out, and that's where the criticism has come from.
Okay. Thank you. Is that it, Supervisor Brown?
Yes, for right now. Thank you.
Okay, and I had a couple comments about Supervisor Gertie and I are on an ad hoc committee dealing with one way in, one way out communities. And we've been doing a lot of work on that, especially around the County Service Area 3 and Zone of Benefit models. And so we're trying to create a pilot program for that. Unfortunately, that's not addressed in this document, but it is an area of hope for communities to fund their own kind of projects that they need to create greater transportation areas. I've received several communications around this document because certainly with Brook Trails and the Oak Fire, it just brought to light a lot of these issues. And fortunately, it was very well done by our staff, but in conjunction with the Sherwood Firewise Council. And, the local jurisdictions, the Little Lake Fire Department, the City of Willits, the Brook Trails Fire Department, all of those. One area that's not really dealt with, or is dealt with, but in a cursory way, is that second access route out of Brook Trails. And, for the times we're in with climate change and everything, we do need to start addressing that. And I appreciate Tony Orth's letter concerning that, and also his comments about a need for a county fire chief. And that could also be funded with a CSA3 model. I also got some concerns about the accuracy of some of the information in there, and that came from the Sherwood Firewise Council, Keith Rutledge in particular. So there's some questions like what Supervisor McCown was saying, what if there's need for correction before this is finalized? Because we don't want an evacuation plan that is inaccurate in some aspects. One is a map of the Spring Creek subdivision that's listed, and there's some other points. So who would a person get in touch with, or I could talk to clarify some of these and clear up some mistakes in it?
Perhaps I can address that. I did work extensively with both Tony and Keith Rutledge, and I felt that we had met all their concerns. And I'm a little surprised to hear that there may still be issues there, because my last discussions with them just late were that they were having. Please remember that there are two different things going on here. Actually, there's three things. There's the public outreach plan, there's the evacuation plan, and then there's the fire vulnerability assessment. The fire vulnerability assessment is a series of recommendations that we bring forward. The issue of special districts is discussed there as a potential. We worked considerably with Howard, your transportation director, to get that in the plan, or in the threat assessment. The evacuation plan, though, is different. It is specific to tactics and strategies for evacuating an area. It doesn't get into recommendations, doesn't get into budget concerns. It outlines how your local first responders go about initiating that evacuation.
All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, I guess there are still some concerns even after your last conversation. So anyway, I'd appreciate if that kind of conversation could continue on. And I also appreciated the Farm Bureau's letter and their take on some of these issues. And I hope that we can look at those in-depthly. I did call up Planning and Building to look at some of the recommendations, and some of them have already been in place. And there's others like not allowing flammable fences, which I don't know in Mendocino County if that would go over that well. But anyway, there's a lot of work to be done, and I appreciate your work on this.
We did work just recently with the Farm Bureau and updated some of their concerns regarding transportation access for harvesting and those sorts of things. So
okay,
I think we resolved their issues.
And Robert, could you please identify yourself when you speak so that the clerk of the board can get it down accurately?
Thank you. So that's Bob Newman, Category 5.
Thank you. All right. So at this point, we'll go to public comment. Let's see, we have Nafili Barrett from MCOG. Good morning.
Thank you, Supervisors. Nafili Barrett, Mendocino Council of Governments. So I'll just give a couple brief comments. First, I want to note that this planning project was funded through a Caltrans climate change adaptation planning grant with matching funds provided by MCOG. And we were really appreciative to receive that grant due to the critical need for this type of planning in Mendocino County. And I also wanted to add that following the planning efforts that were described by Bob, that included the agency and stakeholder input mentioned by Supervisor Jurdy, we also hosted a very well-attended online public forum in June that had over 100 attendees. The MCOG board also reviewed and commented on the plan. Then following additions and corrections to the plan based on those comments and the input received at that public forum, the MCOG board did accept these documents at their October 17th meeting. So we're very pleased to hear the board's interest in next steps in plan implementation. And I am available to answer any questions that the board may have for MCOG.
Okay, any questions for MCOG and Nephili Barrett? Okay, hearing none. Let's see, next on the list is Devin Jones. Okay, good morning, Devin.
Yes, good morning, Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. I'm not going to go through our comments verbatim. I would just encourage those of you to take a look at those, and it sounds like there will be some opportunities to come back and maybe look at some of those recommendations and what those are going to look like for clarification. And I do appreciate the report coming back this morning. I have been working with OES and other departments, our ag department specifically, to try to discuss a couple of the main issues that we've had in the past for farming and ranching related to natural disasters, specifically the wildfires of 2017 and 18. I think the biggest issue that we saw in both those had to do with Appendix C and sort of looking at access and having a clear process in place when situations are safe for access to work with the responsible entities to get in and harvest. In 2017, the fires were happening right in the middle of grape harvest. That was a challenge. 2018 was pear harvest. Livestock were present in both situations. And it kind of put us in a difficult situation, not really having a plan, streamlined plan in place. And we were helping to assist with that, but there were definitely some kinks that needed to be worked out. So, with all the fires, unfortunately, in 2020 that we've seen, there's been some additional examples out there. Solano County, Sonoma County, Napa County, for specifically, have some pretty solid programs in place, and I think we're moving closer to that, so that's appreciated. I would just encourage to continue to work on some of the questions that we brought forward in terms of maybe some online submittal process, not necessarily, still having to pick up the permit, but, there should be some alternatives considered for how that process is going to go forward. And second of all, I think the other thing that's, I don't believe was in the scope of the document in front of you today is looking at sort of the animal evacuation for livestock and large animals. There's been quite a challenge around, how do we deal with commercial size herds? I'm not talking about a single goat or maybe a single horse. I'm talking about, herds of livestock that require a skill set for going in and relocating and handling. So, there are some examples out there again, so we wouldn't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. And I know there are some other older programming documents that the county started. So I just really encourage the board to let your volunteer partners help you in terms of Farm Bureau, UC Cooperative Extension, USDA, the ranching community, to work on some of these programs and plans so that we do have something in place. Unfortunately, we can't say this isn't going to happen again. I think that's something we can't say anymore. So please let us know that we're here to assist in any way possible, and we appreciate your consideration today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There are no further comments from the public, so we'll go back to the board.
Chair Haschek?
Yes.
Would you entertain a motion?
Yes.
I move we accept and file the Wildfire Vulnerability Assessment and Public Outreach Plan for Mendocino County, adopt the Emergency Evacuation Plan as Annex A to the existing county Emergency Operations Plan, and direct OES to return with implementation timeline containing milestones and associated budget needs.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Okay, any comment on that?
I support the motion, but I do want to comment that many of the problems that were created, that are identified in the plan, were created over decades, and not every problem is going to be resolved even in a couple of decades. I mean, when whole communities are built with one road in, one road out, over a period of many decades, there's quite a bit of infrastructure that's just lacking. That's going to take significant grant funds, possibly some sort of localized tax, which is what a benefit assessment is, to that area being served. And the truth is, we've all lived through a society that is eager to externalize costs, taking advantage of a undervalued piece of property because it has almost no services, and then decades later, people discover that it has a lack of services, and immediately the cry is to resolve those that lack of services, with instant gratification timeframes, and it's just not possible to undo all the errors that were made in the past in a matter of a year or two. It'll take decades to undo the mistakes in the past.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the comments of Supervisor Jurdy, and I fully understand what he's saying, and that is the truth. But we need to take a look at how we move forward in the future with our planning, and whether it's an interface or an intermix of development in wildfire-prone areas. That's going to take a lot of work as well.
Okay, and I'd just like to add that, I agree with this motion, and going on with what Devin Jones was talking about accessibility to agriculture and to livestock. I really appreciate the sheriff's efforts on that, and also MCA contributed to that too, in creating kind of the framework, working together with the sheriff and CAL FIRE to get people into their properties. So that was well done. It's something that we need to incorporate into future plans too. Make sure that our agriculture and livestock are taken care of. So with that, no further comment, we will go to a vote.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I support and appreciate Supervisor Jurdy's comments. It's very true. These situations developed over decades. Even with funding identified, which is a huge challenge, there wouldn't be an overnight fix to these situations. There is one thing called out in the report that action could be taken on almost immediately. It's mentioned a number of times the challenges with addressing for rural properties. They're often unnamed roads, off of unnamed roads. Addresses are all over the map. You might be 5 miles off of a main road. Your address shows as being on the main road. Supervisor Williams and I were previously appointed an ad hoc to work on road naming issues. We met with staff. We identified specific ordinance changes that needed to be made. I would hope that the board would support Supervisor Williams and I reconvening with staff, jump-starting the road naming proposal to get that back in front of the board so we can have something in place to help the emergency responders respond appropriately to identified locations. So, that'd be board direction rather than part of the motion, but I would hope we would all support moving forward on the road naming issue. Thank you.
Well, it seems like we took care of a couple roads last board meeting, and that process is in place. And we're certainly working with, well, I've been working with planning and building and local fire districts, Chief Wilkes up there in Willits, to look at some of the Pine Mountain renaming issues. So that I think is going on.
Well, actually, not exactly. And I'd like to hear from Supervisor Williams. If he's not interested, I'll certainly drop it. But the issue is the process of road naming, and it's needlessly cumbersome and could be streamlined, working closely with particularly fire agencies. But I think there's value in reviewing the ordinance and making a couple of minor changes that would make it far simpler to standardize addresses in a way that makes it easier for the first responders to get to the places they need to go.
Chair Hester.
So again, I would invite comment from Supervisor Williams if we could.
Chair Haschak, if I may, for clarification, there's a motion on the floor.
Yeah, right. Okay, Supervisor.
The road naming issue is part of what's contained in the reports, and I think this is discussion to the motion.
On to Supervisor McCowan.
Yeah, I fully agree with Supervisor McCowan. I think we were waiting for staff to come back. We had made some recommendations. You're right, there are road naming solutions that are progressing slowly. But as Supervisor McCowan points out, the process is very tedious, very costly. County doesn't have adequate funding to pull it off. A more appropriate solution would be to name all of the roads, just get it done. If people want to rename them later, fine, we have a process. But the rate we're going, we're not going to reach the target anytime soon. And so I do support him, be happy to work on the ad hoc. But again, I think we had given recommendations for staff, and the limiting factor was council time.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor. That ad hoc is already formed, and you can continue working on that issue. And so let's take the vote. We're ready. Okay, so Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Of course. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
And Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. So we are going to adjourn for lunch. We have a full closed session agenda. We have items 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, and 9H has been pulled by the department. And so we will try to be back at 1:30, but it looks like a pretty full lunch, working lunch. So with that, we will reconvene in closed session at 12:20. Back to order. It's 2:12. Sorry about the delay. That we did have an extensive closed session agenda. So I'm going to report out from closed session, and with item 9A, the Board of Supervisors has authorized the acquisition of real property located at APN 002-340-3900, 555 South Orchard Avenue, Ukiah, California. The purchase price is $10,640,000. The owners are Orchard Inn, LLC. Direction has been given to staff regarding the property purchase, including the terms and amount of purchase. A sales agreement and escrow instructions will be presented at a future board meeting date for Board of Supervisors consideration. All right. And then with items 9B, C, D, and E, direction was given to staff. Also, item 9F, direction was given to staff. And 9G, authority was given to initiate an action, and the defendants and other particulars shall be disclosed to anyone upon inquiry upon formal commencement, or upon formally commenced. All right. And so what we're going to do is move back to the consent calendar items 4G at first. And item 4G is adoption of resolution authorizing application to the Home Key program administered by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Okay. So the CEO is the department contact and sponsor.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. This was pulled at my behest, and so I just wanted to make some brief comments here. It's not non-controversial, as we have heard this morning during public expression. However, the board unanimously supports the item as reflected by the announcement out of closed session. It is a significant project. It does need to be very well thought out to mitigate potential impacts, but I believe we will be learning a lot more about this project as it goes forward. Unfortunately, there has not been as much public information to date as there normally would because of the very quick timelines involved with this particular project. And there's also short time frames for expending the funds. So I believe I'll leave it to you, Mr. Chair, to make, or the CEO to make an announcement about public events associated with this that may be coming up shortly. We have heard the purchase price, a very significant amount of money supported by an independent appraisal. There are other funding involved through other programs that the county is already qualified for, as well as use of CARES Act funding. So I believe there's actually no county general fund in this. It will provide a significant addition to housing for homeless individuals who have been receiving services and will continue to receive services to help them get their lives back on track. And I would say we have all the same people in our community now. This isn't going to change who is here in our community, but they will be safe. They will be safely housed and receiving services instead of out on our streets. So, again, I fully support it. I just felt that there should be some open session discussion of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and as you alluded to, Supervisor McCowan, that State Senator McGuire is planning on holding a town hall, virtual town hall concerning this matter, and because certainly it's a state program that, and we look forward to that. So we will get you information on when that will be. And then the board is also planning on having a community meeting sometime in the future. And so with those, we hope to get information out to the community about what is really happening with this program. Did you have anything to add?
Oh, and I'm also ready to make a motion on this item when you're ready to receive it.
Okay, I just wanted to go to CEO Angela. Did you have anything else to add to this?
Thank you, Chair Hashak. I would like to just make a brief comment that, first of all, I appreciate Supervisor McCowan's comments. They were all accurate. Thank you for that. I think that the only unfortunate piece of this is that, as usual, the state gave us a very, very short timeline to apply for this money. This is not unusual. We deal with this with the state all the time, that they give us these short timelines. And so we did not have time to do any type of community process. We had a few weeks to actually find a facility, get it appraised, negotiate, and move forward. And so that is the reason why this happened as quickly as it did. I appreciate Senator McGuire, as you've said, and the town hall that he will be doing, Chair Hashak, with you, and certainly the actions of the board going forward. If this board would like to hear more, I would say that Megan Van Zant has a very good plan that I think will be effective for the services that we need in that particular facility. So she can speak to that today, or she can speak to it at a later date. But I think what's important is that everyone understand, to get, approximately $9-10 million from the state and get it in a period of weeks, you have to be first out the gate and you have to move quickly. And we had the good fortune of being able to do that. Had we not moved quickly and done an overall community process, we would not be sitting here right now talking about this facility. So thank you.
Okay. Megan, would you like to add something to this?
Sure, I'll speak really briefly, not to take up too much of your time, but I did listen to the public comment earlier today, and I did want to just provide some information that might be helpful to your listeners.
And if you could identify yourself.
Sure. Can you hear me too?
Yes.
Okay. Quick caveat, I'm in a place with not very great Wi-Fi, so I could just suddenly vanish, but I'm going to do my best. My name is Megan Van Sant. I'm a senior program manager with the Advocacy and Collaboration team at the Health and Human Services Agency here at the County of Mendocino. So I just want to address a few things this project is not. This project is not a homeless shelter, and this project is not the same kind of project that Willow Terrace is. So I just think that's really important to know that is not what this project is. It also is not free housing. Residents that will be living in this project will be expected to pay 30% of their income towards rent, which is standard for all housing projects. There could be some exceptions to that for special situations, but that's the general expectation. It is not free housing. And I also just want to say it's not going to solve the problem of homeless encampments that some of your previous public commenters described. This project is not designed for individuals that are very disorganized and very disenfranchised. That's not who's going to be living in this facility. What it will be is a mixed demographic project. The intention is to provide housing for veterans, for families with children, for seniors, for persons experiencing physical and/or mental illness. We are hoping to have some rooms for people fleeing domestic violence. Possibly some room set aside for individuals that are involved with adult protective services and need a safe place to stay while they figure out what the next step for that person might be. The project is designed to be self-sustaining. All of those populations that I just mentioned were selected because typically people in those kinds of situations have case managers already attached to them. So it was specifically designed to have individuals who, again, have case management and services already offered, already provided to them. And again, this project is right in line with the recommendations of the Marbet report from 2016 or 18, I can't remember when that was, and the strategic plan for homelessness that the Board of Supervisors approved a couple weeks ago. It's squarely in line with those recommendations. I do understand the concerns of some of the neighbors. I absolutely understand that this is a project that happened very quickly, as CEO Angelo stated, and without a lot of time for public comment. And it is going to be somewhat of a leap of faith, but I think ultimately something that we can all be really proud of. And we'll definitely, I can tell you, because I have vision in my mind of who will be in there, we'll be housing very, very vulnerable people that need a place to be. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll go for a motion. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we adopt the resolution authorizing application to the Home Key program administered by the California Department of Housing and Community Development and authorize the chair to sign the same.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Chair Haschak?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. Moving on, County Council, are you ready to deal with 4P, Q, R, S, and T?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I've got some questions about the proposed changes. In looking at it, as I understand it, Supervisor McCowan had suggested language that would take away the cap as to the contract, or sorry, would rather allow the department to amend the contract in a way that would expand the cap, but put a cap on the number of meals and the price per meal. And I wasn't quite sure what the intent there was with that. If the intent is to completely remove any sort of cap, I do have a little bit of concern about just non-delegation issues. It may be better to just have a numerical cap that's in there. But I don't know that I fully understood exactly what the intent was on that one.
Supervisor McCowan, would you like to explain? Supervisor McCowan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. So the intent is to allow the program to be extended month to month based on continuing FEMA approval, and it does seem to be piecemeal. But to also have a defined maximum amount. And so that was the purpose of having a cap on the per meal price and the number of meals to be served by these specific restaurants pursuant to this program. But if a participant drops out, another one could be added. So what I'm trying to say, if you multiply out the allowed meals at the currently allowed price, you have the same dollar amount per period, on a monthly basis. So that was an attempt to put a defined amount on it. If the board is comfortable not having an absolute defined cap for the total program and simply relying on any participants would have to be eligible, of course, then the numbers served by these restaurants could increase. And of course, in any event, if a new restaurant were to be qualified to participate, that would be a separate action by the board. So again, the intention was primarily to be able to approve this on an ongoing basis through the end of the year, granting authority for those future amendments to be signed, pre-approval for them to be signed, and then the action would be reported to the board. I don't know if that's added any clarity, Christian, or County Council, but that's...
Actually, if I could just follow up, if we were to strike the language that allowed them to modify the cap and just gave them a limit as to a total value that they could amend, would that adequately accomplish what you were looking for, Supervisor McCowan?
Well, I think so, but so we know the approximate, well, I think we know the maximum daily cost.
Mm-hmm.
And if you just multiplied that out, we could come up with a new total amount.
Well, I think,
this is something perhaps the department could calculate and come back a bit later if they're clear on the intent. So we seem to approve it on a rolling monthly basis. So that new amount that was added to each of these contracts for this contract period, if from the end of the current amendment period to the end of the year, there could be that proration of what that is, we could have a new overall total amount.
I think that the County Council, I think the intent was to save us time. And I think we're not doing that at this point. And we've got a lot to deal with.
If I may, Mr. Chair, if the board wants to approve them as is, I think we could craft something to come back that would capture what Supervisor McCowan is looking for the next time these contracts go through, so that hopefully we'd be able to save time from that point forward.
Okay.
Thank you. And with that, I move approval of items 4P, Q, R, S, and T as stated.
Is there a second? Do I hear a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded by Supervisor McCowan and seconded by Supervisor Jurdy. Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Of course. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
And Chair Hashtag?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so we're on to item 5C. No, 6A. Okay, 6A is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding the hazardous vegetation and rubbish abatement ordinance. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm hoping that Mr. Craddy has made it into the meeting. Is he in the waiting room? In case he has comments.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. We don't have anyone in the waiting room at this time.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to thank my colleagues for allowing me to work on this potential of a hazardous vegetation and rubbish abatement ordinance with the director of the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council, who is working already with community fire safe organizations in the county and assisting others in forming their groups. Mr. Craddy crafted a draft ordinance using Sonoma counties as a model. I met after Mr. Craddy and I discussed it. I met with County Council to discuss the draft further. And one of my biggest concerns has to do with the resources to implement, including the staff and the financial resources. Sonoma County does put significant resources into their ordinance yearly. In addition, Sonoma County has a county fire chief who does have the expertise to evaluate property on fire hazards or nuisance vegetation. We do not have one here in Mendocino County, but we do have fire departments who might be willing to respond to local constituents' concerns, as it has been occurring within the county. Although the county could, at that point, take on the responsibility, if not abated, of issuing a citation of noncompliance. If the county needs to go further, they can actually abate the property themselves and costly. However, the county could recover its costs for abatement by placing a lien on the parcel. In an ordinance, we will need to consider what properties fall under its jurisdiction, all unincorporated areas, both local responsibility and state responsibility areas, only those in a wildland-urban interface. Some jurisdictions, as Brook Trails Community Service District, already have an abatement ordinance within their boundaries. And these are all questions for board consideration. The questions that were listed on the agenda summary were drafted by council to help the discussion go forward. But before we do talk more about this draft ordinance, I do need further direction. Two other points I do want to make. One, I received several calls from landowners who have large acreage in areas not populated with residents. They were voicing concern about an ordinance being costly to comply, using the term cost prohibitive. And then at many state meetings, one most recently discussing property insurance non-renewals and cancellations, it has been noted that individual home hardening is not enough for insurance companies, that there needs to be community-based solutions for wildfire safety to effectively mitigate wildfires, such as fire safe councils and local regulation for those not acting in good faith with regards to fire mitigation efforts. So I just would like to have a conversation, guidance from all of you as to how to go forward with a draft ordinance. So I'd like to open it up to my colleagues to discuss this and also the public if they'd like to speak.
Hey, Supervisor Jurdy.
First I'd like to thank Supervisor Brown for bringing this forward. And I've been contacted by constituents in my district for several years about primarily absentee landlords or landowners who may live in Southern California or just some distant place and have property sometimes with a house on it, sometimes without a house on it. And invasive weeds like gorse in the Casper area or other areas of the coast has just sort of taken over and is a fire hazard. And so if we can craft something here that will give county code enforcement and ideally also the local fire departments some additional authority to contact the property owner and require them to properly deal with the fire hazard, I think most of our residents in the county would appreciate it. Living in a rural county like Mendocino County, it's probably not that uncommon to have absentee landlords or landowners in many neighborhoods, and I suspect that most of these problems are from the absentee landlord.
Chair Haschak.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I too support it. I would ask that it be consistent in policy and in enforcement. What we don't want to see is certain parcel zoning types or parcel size or some owners treated differently than others. Fire doesn't respect zoning classifications or parcel sizes. And so I would think whatever we deem fair needs to be consistent across all lands.
And an issue I had that was brought up with discussions with some fire chiefs was, the fire districts are very large in our county and they can't handle a blanket abatement ordinance. The issue that Supervisor Jurdy brought up about absentee landowners, especially up in Brook Trails, we have a lot of deadbeat landowners who are defaulting, and so who's going to be responsible for those when they don't even pay their taxes? We need to find a solution for that, and it might be the county incorporating the land and giving it into the greenbelt area. There was, this urban wildlands interface is a critical issue, and we're seeing it in all the jurisdictions where you have county lands abutting to the city, and the county doesn't have any kind of, this abatement ordinance. And so the people who are in the city side are feeling very, at risk because they have, lands that are just growing without abatement. And so what do we do about those? And I think CAL FIRE has to be a part of this because there's so many state responsibility areas too. So who's going to be responsible is really the question. Is it CAL FIRE? Is it the county? Is it the fire districts? And another idea was to delegate power to the fire safe councils, and so that they could have some responsibility in identifying some of these areas that need to be abated. So anyway, it's a lot of issues, and I'm glad you brought it up. But I think that maybe if the fire association kind of met with you and tried to figure out a path forward, because we have a rural county, we have a complex. So. Okay. Any other comments?
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, board members. Well, the challenge, of course, is to craft an ordinance that applies countywide because, as we know, one size doesn't really fit all. So how do you come up with an ordinance that addresses the issues that have been discussed that put homeowners at risk because the neighbor is not taking care of the problem on their property, without making that apply to, I think Supervisor Brown mentioned, remote areas, large land holdings. So somebody in an RR2 zoning is probably who we want this to apply to so that they're not creating hazard for their neighbors. But do we want it to apply to a 640-acre rangeland parcel? I'm kind of thinking the ordinance needs to be crafted in a way that hopefully it's capturing most or all of what we would consider residential areas, but without impacting resource lands that are generally remote from residential uses. Thank you.
Chair Haschak.
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think Supervisor McCowan has a good point, but I think the metric should be distance from structure. And if we figure out what that distance is, if it's 1,000 meters, it's 1,000 meters across the county. What you don't want is to require someone on RR2 to do extensive vegetation management, but then find that an identical structure exists on a 600-acre parcel and say, well, the ordinance doesn't apply because it's larger. No, all of these structures pose an equal risk to spreading fire. Wherever there's a structure or where there's land near a structure, we need proper abatement. And I would agree, large land holding that's not near any structures doesn't need the same sort of vegetation management, and it's not feasible. It wouldn't be fair to require it, except if they're up against a structure on one of the sides. Some additional vegetation management in that area may be necessary. So I would suggest that we focus more on a reasonable and distance, one backed by science, and maybe agreed with CAL FIRE from structures rather than looking at the zoning classification or parcel size.
Okay. Any other comment? And I did raise one concern. It was raised also earlier today with our staff report on the fire assessment and emergency evacuation plan, public outreach plan, about the resources. I don't think there's anybody on staff today that has the expertise to do the evaluation. And then also, if you go into an abatement process, it's going to take funds, like in dollars, in order to do that and finance it. Sonoma County does put in quite a bit of resources, not only of a staff person or staff people, but also money allocation from their general fund. So I would like to hear a little bit back, or do I just bring forth an ordinance and wait at that point to find out how we're going to finance it?
Okay.
So any feedback?
Well, I'm going to go to County Council right now. People can think about that. County Council?
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually want to echo Supervisor Brown's comments, and I want the board to understand part of the issue that we're looking at here is that the Sonoma model sort of assumed a certain amount of funding and infrastructure. So the draft ordinance had contemplated having things that may require money to be able to be dedicated to just a fire abatement program, including things like having someone with the appropriate expertise to be able to make the determination. And I think Supervisor Brown really summed that up quite well. But what I would suggest to the board, sorry, if I could back up, another element of that is that the Sonoma County, or the draft ordinance that we had reviewed, also assumed a certain amount of cooperation by the local fire districts. And I don't know if anyone's had those conversations with the fire districts at this point, so I don't know if the ordinance should be assuming that they'll be cooperating, or maybe just leaving in some room for a possibility that they might cooperate. But in looking at sort of what the ordinance is going to look like, it would help to know the answers to some of these things before it's actually drafted. If the board isn't going to be able to make those determinations right now, conceptually we could also just structure things in a way that is a much more narrow ordinance that just adds a definition of sort of an additional nuisance into our existing ordinance abatement nuisance abatement ordinances. But we didn't want to sort of go too far down one road or another without some sort of direction as to what this might look like. I also want to let the board know, I asked Deputy County Counsel Michael McDessie, who is our code enforcement deputy, to be available for this discussion as well, in case the board has any questions for him. Thank you.
All right, any further comments or questions? Well, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's also a great model that comes out of Ventura County that I just found out about at the Rural County Association Board of Directors meeting that I think we might take a look at to incorporate the suggestions of Supervisor Williams. So, and also Supervisor McCowan, and I appreciate both Supervisor Jurdy and yourself, Mr. Chair, in being very supportive of going forward. I will be working with Scott Craddy, and we're hoping to have something to look at for the Fire Safe Council, their meeting. I think it's the end of October. As well as try to get feedback from the Fire Chiefs Association that meets, and I think they meet monthly, and it's virtually now, is how they're meeting. So I think maybe I have enough to go on, and I'm going to assume that whatever comes back, and when it is finalized, that the board will put resources towards it, and maybe we can have a dollar amount. I'm not sure if County Council can help me with that, or Deputy County Council, but we're going to put our heads together and come up with something.
Just a question, Supervisor Brown. Is that the counties you looked at, did they have a county fire chief?
Sonoma County does, and I think several counties do that have a countywide fire department, so to speak. Ventura County, I believe, also has one, but we may be able to, in doing these inspections, be able to benefit our local fire departments. Now, CAL FIRE has their own regulations, and they do issue citations, but they do not, evidently do not, have the resources to do the abatement and to move forward in placing a lien on property.
All right.
So I think it's just going to take some more time to work on, and I'm sure County Council is also going to help guide me, and also our code enforcement of, to also look at how we might be able to fold in this particular item into the code enforcement we have now. So I'm not sure what we'll come back with.
Very good. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you have enough to chew on for a while.
I think I do, and I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, moving on to agenda item number 5C, discussion and possible action regarding matters of solid waste collection in the town of Mendocino area. Sponsor is Department of Transportation. Is Director DeShiel here?
I'm here. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, your Transportation Director, and also on the line is Amber Fassett, who will be able to respond to questions. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, Supervisor Williams also has more firsthand information, but let me just try to give a little background as short as I can. Basically, for the last 20 years, the Empire Waste Management, under their franchise agreement, has provided services to 26 public trash receptacles in the village of Mendocino. And basically, for 5 months out of the year, the tourist season, they were emptying them twice a week, and the rest of the year, once a week. That's roughly about 70 services a year. And that's pretty much worked, except, of course, 2020, nothing went the same in 2020 ever since COVID-19. But for whatever reason, it just hasn't been working this year. So the cans were filling up. There's a variety of reasons for that you can read about in the agenda item. I'll let Supervisor Williams maybe expound on that. But the reality is the department, because of the overflowing, asked Waste Management for this month of September to add a day of pickup. So we're picking up 3 times a week, and that basically is going to mean a first quarter adjustment to budget unit 4510 of about $3,000. But I think that the bigger question is, what if tourist season really isn't over? What if this problem is going to persist, where normally we would go back to the once a week collection? That might not be possible. So, I've explored some ideas that include some of the trash disposal we believe is people coming in with just garbage bags of household waste and just pulling the cans out of the receptacles and filling them up. Worse yet, sometimes they spill them and things like that. So, I think we could consider maybe locking the receptacles, and that would cause a few $1,000s in a one-time cost to fit the receptacles with locks. And then Waste Management would want as much as an extra $200 a month for, locking and unlocking. That's going to take them more time. So, in a nutshell, I just need the board to know that there'll be at least a $300 or $3,000 adjustment for September out of general fund that was not budgeted. It'll be a budget adjustment. And I guess in a worst case, if we have to do more continuing into the fall and winter, there could be additional unbudgeted costs. With that, I'll just take questions or let Supervisor Williams fill in however he'd like to.
Supervisor Williams.
There's a number of underlying causes. COVID has created more takeout container waste, which of course doesn't compact as well. We have a number of instances where people are pulling up and dumping household trash. The locks seem like a worthy endeavor. We don't know if it'll solve the problem because in many cases we have household bags being dropped next to the cans on the sidewalk. So even if it's locked, we may still have that situation. We don't have enforcement. We probably need some enforcement if we're to provide the service. Removing the cans has been raised as a possibility. Other communities that have removed cans have seen less waste. I don't know if it's a good idea or appropriate given this town generates a lot of millions of dollars in bed tax and sales tax. And part of having this cash cow is scooping up some of the waste that accumulates as the result of bringing in tourists. So I think before we move in a direction of removing the cans, we should see what we can do about adding capacity and adding enforcement and ensuring that it's not as easy to dump household trash. And then, with that, the executive office pointed out these cans are filthy. They don't get pressure washed. There's basic maintenance that goes with providing municipal-like services that's just not being done. As I understand, the trash disposal is being paid for by ratepayers. And I think the county might have an obligation to provide a minimal maintenance budget to make sure that we don't develop a health issue with trash deteriorating and spreading on the sidewalks, which is what we've seen for the past several months.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I think given COVID and the increase of takeout that people have, I mean, Mendocino is an example of a place where it just sort of lends itself to people taking out food and picnicking, and where they would normally eat in a restaurant. I think it shouldn't really be a surprise that it needs to be picked up 3 days a week rather than 2 under normal circumstances. And the other thought I had was, and I don't want to disclose too much, but I mean, the sheriff's office does have, even on the coast, remote cameras that they can place, and they may have, Supervisor Millions may have already been in communication with them. They may have already posted cameras to see at least sort of trends, who exactly is dropping off this trash. The city of Fort Bragg has had the same issue over the years, where people have overflow garbage coming into the trash cans downtown. The city of Fort Bragg has the same kind of contract with the Waste Management to pick up garbage downtown once or twice a week. And it's been speculated over in the years past that some of that comes from people in RVs that may be traveling through or living in their RVs. And but I don't know that the city of Fort Bragg has ever had cameras out to actually identify who's the culprit for the bulk of it. But I think that would be worthwhile as part of this, is to try to understand what are the demographics of the people who are over filling these cans. Is it largely just people with takeout food, or is it takeout food plus, again, people maybe living in their RVs and just unloading, a week's worth of garbage in the town of Mendocino because they see these convenient garbage cans around? And then the follow-up to that would be, what, if anything, would the sheriff's office be able to do to try to, catch up with these people and give them a ticket? It might not be very fruitful, but at least it's worth a try, I would think.
Okay, yeah, Supervisor Williams, what was your idea about the enforcement?
Well, I'm with Supervisor Jurdy. I think the cameras would be a good starting point. We have eyewitnesses claiming that it's a mix, that some of the folks in RVs are dumping. But we also have some local residents showing up, popping the trunk, taking out a bag and trying to shove it in. And, you know, that doesn't scale up. Even if we have pickups 3 times a week and we add some more cans, we're inviting a problem if we tolerate household waste regularly being dumped. So I think part of the action here should be a request for assistance from the Sheriff's Office to place some cameras.
Supervisor Brown.
Well, I'm just listening to, I think we have that issue all over the county, in our state parks. I know Lake Mendocino, and their particular containers do receive household trash from people just driving up there. It's a big issue. I have no solution other than cameras sound good. But then if you're an RV traveling through, coming from Arizona, heading up to Oregon, but you're visiting the Mendocino coast along the way, how do you catch up with those people?
Any other comments?
Well, Sheriff. Go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
Well, I can go at the end, Supervisor McCowan. I was just going to try to get direction on how I handle a budget impact that we have not had in our budget. So if you want to go first, then I'll sum up with that.
Sure. And I would suggest that through September probably won't be sufficient. So I would support sufficient budget authorization to continue the additional pickup a bit longer. It might be necessary to have that on an ongoing basis. So it has to be monitored. I support the cameras. I think it is an issue in other areas, but I think it's particularly acute in Mendocino for the reasons stated previously. So I don't have any issue with giving some extra attention to Mendocino. One thing mentioned in the staff report that would prove controversial, but would, I believe, reduce the use of these receptacles for household trash, is if we had mandatory collection in urbanized areas. And certainly the entire historical district would fit into that category. There's other areas in the county. It's been considered in the past, and anyone speaking in favor of it, I think, has been tarred and feathered. People come forward with a million reasons why they shouldn't have to pay for mandatory collection service. They can take it to the transfer station themselves, et cetera. But if we really want to reduce the incentive to misuse these cans, I think we would look at mandatory collection. So I certainly support moving in that direction as well. Thank you.
Okay, Director DeShield.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. So let me just because I like to get things clear, if it was an extra $3,000 a month for September and we let it go a while, I'm just going to say the first of the year, then, you know, that would be $3,000 a month for October, November, December, maybe. Also, this idea of doing the locks, that would be a one-time cost, but it would be a couple $1,000, $3,000 maybe. And if you want me to do that, you know, that would be on top. The other thing, and I guess this is more going to the policy, the solid waste division is always been a pay-as-you-go situation. We have absorbed solid waste costs in Mendocino County through ratepayer pass-throughs, rate increases, which, by the way, the board will recall last fall, we were tardy on our pass-throughs due to our lack of a solid waste director. We do have one now that's reviewing a catch-up rate increase, so I will be reporting that to you through the director's report very soon, those pass-throughs. But I guess what I'm saying is the first of the year is when we're usually supposed to present our new rates. And this year it'll be a little different because we're catching up from missing. But if by January it was apparent that we were going to have to do more pickups in the village of Mendocino other than 70 a year, basically if we went to 3 times a week, it would pretty much double it. It would be like 140 a year. Then we could look at showing you a, what that rate would be in December and letting your board look at it. I guess what I'd kind of like to, I wanted to also address Supervisor McCowan's idea of the mandatory. So I've done a little research on that. And for rural counties, so my expert tells me, our new contract solid waste director, when you impose mandatory to someone in the country, they say, fine, I have to have my garbage collected. I just won't pay the company, because you got to remember, the company does the billing for us. So then the county has to have some way to go collect, which is kind of hard to do for a $30, bill. So where it really works is in a city where the city is providing sewer, water, electric, other services. They make the mandatory part of that bill. And it's a big deal if they turn your water off or turn your electric off. So my thought was, and I'm not saying we should do this, but if the CSD in Mendocino, which is independent from the county, they wouldn't have to do this, but if they partnered with us to somehow do mandatory within the CSD where there's sewer and water service, I really believe that's the only way to make it work. Just my opinion. Other than that, I'm content to, if the board directs, have the receptacles fitted with locks and to monitor the situation. And I don't think we would spend more than another $6,000 a month at the most. You got to remember, we're dropping to the 1 cycle a week schedule. So Empire Waste Management will want us to pay for 2 additional cycles this winter. So if they're necessary. So those are my comments. I'll take questions.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you and the clerk be all right if I share one of the images so that we all have a visual of what we're talking about?
I'm fine with it.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. Is this something we have on file?
Well, it will be. I'll just text it to you.
Thank you.
So this is the problem that we're seeing regularly, to give you an idea. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think we want the pickups 3 days a week. The locks, let's try. Not hopeful that it'll help with this particular situation we see in the photo where the bags are simply left near the cans on the sidewalk. I think we also need some budget for cleaning up these situations. This is one of many. Like Howard said, we have 26 of these cans. The one down on Main Street had a similar predicament of bags of trash dumped in the vicinity, but not necessarily in the receptacle. And then third, I think we want to see if we can get the sheriff's help on some cameras and figuring out who is responsible. I have heard that it's not necessarily people dumping household trash who live in the town, in the municipal-like area. It's people in the more rural areas driving in. So the idea of having mandatory curbside pickup, unless that was larger scale, larger geographic area, may not address what we're seeing.
Mr. Chair?
Chair Hashtack, you're muted.
Okay. All right. Sheriff Kendall, did you have anything to add to this discussion?
Thank you, Chair Hashtag, members of the board. We had a similar problem years ago in the Laytonville area where we had a lot of people coming in when we had a big boom in things in Laytonville. We were looking at two problems at the time, and a few citations seemed to clear up quite a bit of that. One of the problems was that people were bringing household trash, RV trash, and they were putting them in receptacles out in front of the stores at the gas stations and whatnot. But then we also had a couple of vigorous can collectors who were recycling aluminum. And of course, we can all applaud that. But one of them was dumping cans over, pulling the aluminum out and leaving the trash there. And one citation seemed to cure him of that. I think it's probably going to wind up being a combination of things. And I would imagine that Supervisor Williams is absolutely correct that people are coming from the outlying areas and using those trash cans in the middle of the night.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so Supervisor Williams, are you ready to do something about this?
Yeah, I move we direct Department of Transportation to install the proposed locks. Ensure that collection remains at 3 days per week. Coordinate with the sheriff's office in regards to enforcement.
And how long are they going to maintain the 3 days a week for the rest of the year?
Until we see the volume leveling off. It's hard to predict with COVID.
Right. This is Amber Fassett, if I may, through the chair. We have reached out to Waste Management to make sure that they're able to do this, and we have actually not received an answer from them. So I want to make sure that if we receive a no from them, that there isn't direction for us to still do it, or we're in a bind if they come back and say that they can't continue the 3 days a week.
Do you feel that we could use a landscape contractor? Is there a fallback option?
Well, this is Howard DeShield again. We could try to put a contract in place like that. The situation is, though, that it's kind of specialized to do solid waste. The people who work with it have some training and safety considerations. So I'd be more inclined to, if Waste Management couldn't do it, try to pay Solid Waste of Willits, for instance. They extend service up to just a little south of Albion, in Area 3. We might get them to help out, but I would prefer to stay with a Garbage Pro. Let me also say, talking about cleaning the cans and other maintenance, the county's franchise agreement for this area expires in less than 10 months. So we'll be working on bringing a negotiated 5-year extension to the board, I think, fairly soon. As I said, I expect by the first of the year, we'll be looking at pass-through rate adjustments. So I think that if this turns out to be something that's going to go in to next year, we would probably want to try to get a more permanent amendment in front of the board for all those things. But for the time being, we can just try to get by until the first of the year with authorization to spend, a few $1,000s more until then. That would be my approach.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And also in the motion, we need to identify where the funds will come from to cover this.
Okay, and I don't think there was a second to the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. So Supervisor Williams, do you have an idea where the funds would come from?
Well, I would say this should come out of the TOT that's generated by the town, which makes its way into the general fund. So I think this is a general fund obligation. And perhaps the executive office could help clarify the mechanics of allocating the amount DOT has highlighted.
If I could add as a seconder, I think at the moment we're looking at as a one-time expense, and so we don't know that. We don't expect and assume that we would need the 3-day a week, a year or 2 years from now. And so, given that it's a one-time expense, I think we could look at carryover funds from last year or some other one-time source.
CEO Angelo.
Thank you, Chair Haschak. Shall I stop, Chair Haschak?
No, just go ahead.
Okay. I think that I don't see this as a major problem, and we know that the town of Mendocino is really one of our key spots for tourists. And Supervisor Williams is right; it brings in TOT. So what I would like to do is work with Director Dashiell and come back with an answer. I don't think that this should deter the board from taking action today. Whether it is just a temporary fix, as Supervisor Jurdy is referring to, and we use carryover, or whether we utilize dollars that we come up with between DOT and my office, I really don't think this should deter the board from taking action.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
Well, Supervisor McCowan first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I support the CEO's comments, and I think although Mendocino generates a tremendous amount of TOT, those funds principally wind up in the county general fund. We don't have any issue if the funding for this
Supervisor McCowan.
He's cutting out.
Supervisor McCowan.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. Supervisor McCowan, we can no longer hear you. If you want to secure your connection and give us a call back, we'll get you reconnected.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, and I do appreciate the CEO's comments. I feel we need to go forward. This is an issue that needs to be taken care of, and it's not just tourists that love to go visit the town of Mendocino. Residents do too. So, I appreciate this coming forward.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan, are you back on? No. Okay. So we have a motion, we have a second. Should we wait for Supervisor McCowan to come back on? Let's see.
We can proceed with the vote and mark him as abstaining or absent by prearrangement. It's up to you, Chair Haschak.
Let's move forward. We got.
Was that? Are you looking for me?
Yes.
I vote yes.
Okay.
We haven't begun the vote yet, but I can now if you'd like.
Okay. We were looking for you. That was the question. Okay. Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Yes. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 5D, which I want to note that the department and the appellant have requested this item be continued to a date certain, which would be October 20th. So we will continue that matter on October 20th. I hope it hasn't caused any inconvenience for people, but certainly people in that area have had wild, dealing with evacuations and everything too. So thank you.
Chair Haschak? This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. If we may have a motion to continue, that would be preferred.
Okay.
I move.
Second.
Okay, Deputy Clerk, do we need to read the agenda item title?
No.
Okay, so we have a motion to continue it on October 20th by Supervisor McCowan, I believe, and to a second from Supervisor Brown.
I have a motion by Supervisor Brown and a seconded by Supervisor Williams.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, go ahead, conduct a roll call vote.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
And Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we have a big item ahead of us, 6B. So let me check with the board. Would you like to take like a 5-minute break or jump right into it? Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Let's go forward.
Supervisor McCowan.
Let's go.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
Sure.
Okay. All right, and so because I'm a co-sponsor of this, I'm going to turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Jurdy.
Okay, thank you. We have a report from the Cannabis Economic Ad Hoc Committee of Supervisor Chair Haschak and Supervisor Williams. And I think it's appropriate for the two of you to lead it off.
The Supervisor Haschak, may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The ad hoc was charged with recommending steps for follow through on our commitment to the existing applicants in what we call phase 1 of the cannabis cultivation implementation. And this has felt a bit like a post-mortem exercise, trying to identify how the failures came about, as well as next steps. What do we do now? We can go through the 10 individual action items if you'd like, but just to give a highlight, it seems that the failure was a composite of state policy, county execution, applicant documentation and their ability to follow the ordinance, and inherent complexity in the process. One of the recommendations we're making has to do with the state demand for site-specific CEQA. We feel that may be inappropriate. It has a very high cost. Essentially, the state is asking the county to do its work, and we may not have identified just how costly that would be for us. I would like to get a comment from County Council in a moment as to whether they can back the claim that this is inappropriate in regards to CEQA. Many of the problems in the current permits are related to the sensitive species and habitat review. Some of those, this program moved from ag to planning and building, underwent continuous changes, forms changed. Somehow it appears that some, maybe many of the county permits issued may not have done a proper sensitive species and habitat review. And we're bringing that up today because it seems material for the policy decisions the board is being asked to make. If we continue doing this site-specific CEQA work for the state, we're not going to be able to check that SSHR box. Whereas at a county permit level, these cultivators, it's on a case-by-case basis, probably vested their permit. Even if a step wasn't perfectly followed, they've expended funds, they've cultivated. That's likely a legitimate license permit at this point. Perhaps not so. We may lose those when we transition to state annuals if we're doing this CEQA work for the state. I don't know the exact number, maybe as high as about 190. Maybe planning and building staff can give a more precise estimate as we move through this. The proposed action addresses poor record keeping. Records are not digitized. It's projected that we need 5 hours of staff time per file just to make sense. Some applicants haven't heard from the county in 2 or 3 years. We don't know where they are in the process. They don't know where they are in the process. It may be that we were waiting on them and that they responded and that their answer went to an ag employee who's no longer with us. Or it may be that we haven't made the request for additional information. Client First has been putting together a plan. They did work on this last year, and so they're able to pick that up and continue it. We're asking for authorization to continue. In essence, we would be moving from paper files to electronic files. The electronic files wouldn't just be scans of the paper forms. The data would be entered into a structured schema. For example, name would go in the name box, address in the address box. That would make it a lot easier for us to monitor the process and know exactly how many applicants are held up in the process and where they're held up. Today, that exercise, if we outsource to a planning consultant, may cost $350,000 just to figure out the status of the current 882 permits that are pending. We have a recommendation for providing consistent answers through a written and vetted document. This will cut down on staff time. It'll also ensure that all applicants are getting the same information, which clearly has not been the case over time. It addresses inadequate staffing. We don't have nearly enough staffing in planning and building to carry out the execution of the commitment we made to these 882 applicants and the 272 county permittees. Not even close. When you look at the attachment, this came from staff. It shows about how many planners we would need based on the hours. You'll notice that the hours are counted in tens of thousands of hours. We don't know exactly how much time will be involved because we don't know the status of all of these applicants, but it wouldn't be a surprise if we need about 35,000 hours. We are not going to be able to hire 16 planners in short time. I think we have 3 or 4 today. We just can't scale up. So we're likely in a position of outsourcing this, which means we need to write an RFP. We can expect a cost of about $125 to $175 an hour. The sensitive species, according to our ordinance and our environmental document, is to be conducted by California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We're not paying them to do this work, and they don't have budget to do it. And so they're willing, but there isn't a commitment about how fast they can progress. And we do have the possibility of entering into an interagency agreement where we would have an admin person and a biologist assigned. Based on our discussions with CDFW to date, that cost would be about $160,000 for that pair, an admin and to handle some of the paperwork processing and a biologist. It's projected that we likely need 2 biologists for the next year in order to catch up on the backlog. The agenda item calls for a meeting in regards to phase 3. Use permits may be appropriate for phase 3. There's a regulatory benefit in addressing this prior to June of next year. If we don't address the discretionary use permits by that deadline, the process may become more difficult, more costly. We should at least have the meeting to decide on what permitting model and confirm the zoning chart, because we had previously given staff, I think it was May of last year, we had given direction to make changes. Whether or not we want to make those changes, we need to tell staff what to put into the phase 3 for next spring. The costs involved, it appears to be a multi-million-dollar effort. This shouldn't be a surprise. We're talking about commercial development. We're talking about 3+ days per pending application. By multi-million, depending on the findings of the current state and whether we take on the site-specific CEQA endeavor, somewhere between $5.5 and $8 million seems possible. And this is an unanticipated expense. It's not currently in our budget. And we think this is an all or nothing. Either we absorb the costs that are involved in our ordinance, or we rescind the ordinance, or we modify the ordinance. If we modify it, we run the risk of having to update the environmental document, which could be challenged. We run a risk that maybe the state won't accept it, depending what we work out in terms of site-specific CEQA. It may be that our current ordinance is adequately restrictive, but that it wouldn't be with the changes necessary to cut the costs down. Another alternative might be to rescind the ordinance, not ban cultivation, but rely on the state to do the licensing. The ad hoc is not making that proposal. I'm just highlighting that either we need to step up and execute, which means fund execution, or we won't get this done in time. The current deadline is January 1st, 2022, at which point only state annual license holders will be in a position to continue cultivating. The way it's going right now, that may be as few as 10 to 20, which when you look at, we have over 1,000 who are trying to get into our program, and we might have another 8,000 that are cultivating outside of the legal market. That's a failure, and it won't be enough in fees and taxes to support the program. And I'll turn it over to Supervisor Hazczak.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Williams. That was a very good synopsis of a lot of issues that we've been grappling with for the last month or two. And certainly we've had meetings with the top people at CDFA, and we have had positive conversations with them. We're looking forward to another meeting with Richard Parrott, the head of CDFA, and hopefully we can start broaching the subject about the Appendix G and the CEQA document. We just had a meeting with the top people in CDFW about the sensitive species review and this interagency agreement for a biologist. That's very promising because I think that would probably be a retired biologist from Fish and Wildlife who knows how to do these, who can really work on it quickly and work through, the quantity that we're dealing with. We're dealing with, some of the 272 permittees, but we also have the 882 embossed receipts who are going to probably need that. At least half of them will. So it's how do we work through that efficiently? And I think that this pathway that CDFW is offering would be one way to do it. And the desire is they say that they've already identified a biologist who could do it. We're hoping that they can identify 2 or 3. So instead of having one person for a year, we can have 3 for 4 months, and we can really crank through these. So that's also good. Let's see, we worked on the pilot program with the cannabis staff for the county and CDFW. They've been in very productive conversations. And so that looks like they're about to sign off on and finalize the program. So that would help us be able to move through these, especially the embossed receipts. The equity grant, we approved the equity grant proposal in February. We haven't heard anything back at the board level since then. So we want to, in a special meeting, we want a presentation on what the equity grant has and have board input into that. And then the provisional licenses, we think that, realistically, we might not be able to get through all of them. And so we're going to push for an extension. And so that would require lobbying on Supervisor Williams and my part of our state legislators and wherever it takes us, to the governor's office and the other bureaucracies. So anyway, that's what we're looking at. Anything else, Supervisor Williams?
As I understand, the fees assumed 6 hours of staff time, and clearly we were off by more than an order of magnitude. Although it looks like a very costly endeavor ahead, it should be noted that this program brings in about $5 million of revenue. And that if we don't take action and finish, we may be in a position to lose that $5 million a year. And then I guess last, I wonder if we could, before we get into discussion, could we get County Council to weigh in on the state's Appendix G project description, site-specific CEQA? Is that, do we believe that to be necessary, or does it look inappropriate?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Jurdy?
I believe County Council Christian Curris was trying to speak.
Yeah, he was asking you for permission to speak.
I'm sorry there. Go ahead, County Council.
Thank you. I suppose I should have said Mr. Vice Chair. To address the question, no, we've looked at this. We have not seen any basis in the law, and we're not aware of the agency having cited any basis in the law for requiring the county to essentially do some additional work to generate documentation for a ministerial permit. So when the county does its CEQA review, when it creates a ministerial permit program, the CEQA essentially gets done on the front end. There is environmental review that's done by the county looking at the environmental impacts of the project on the whole. Because the county didn't create a discretionary permit system in which it would have the ability to impose, say, mitigations or environmental restrictions on a site-by-site basis, there isn't a requirement for additional environmental review at the time the individual permits are created, are issued. The idea being there that essentially CEQA doesn't require you to conduct environmental review when you're not going to be able to do anything that's actually going to be able to address whatever issues it is that you find. The ministerial permit is a permit system that once you meet the requisite criteria is an entitlement by right, not something that the county can then condition upon taking additional measures or somehow requiring things other than what is set forth in the ordinance. What the state is trying to do is essentially have documentation showing site-specific CEQA review for the state permits to be able to go forward, but the county's system simply doesn't do that because all the CEQA is done on the front end. So the state essentially either needs to acknowledge that the county is the lead agency and then rely on the CEQA that was done there, or if the state believes that there's an error, or rather that environmental review needs to be done on a site-specific basis, that's really an obligation of the state. It's not something that the county is required to do for the state. Now, I think there's been some interesting discussions essentially as to whether the county is lead agency or not. Our belief is that the county is lead agency, and that these steps are unnecessary. That may be something that's subject to some additional room for discussion with the state. But this particular solution, no, we don't believe that it's required or founded on any particular statute or regulation.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have like there's 10 recommendations, 10 items from the ad hoc committee, and we have this issue that seems to be not yet resolved about the role of the state versus the role of county staff. Is there a way for the board to take action on the recommendations of the ad hoc and still pursue this issue that you've just gone over, which is trying to resolve what issues the state will be following up on versus what seems to be shoved onto the county right now, and maybe it's just an impossible task for county staff to fulfill given the time frame. Do we have any other board members who would like to comment or ask questions on this agenda item?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, Supervisor McCowan here. So with regard to the CEQA issues, and it's amazing how complicated that has become, I think it's been, to me, and I believe County Council, it's been clearly established, our mitigated negative declaration is sufficient to assure that there's no significant impact to the environment provided permit conditions are adhered to. We actually currently have a very restrictive program. Our maximum cultivation size is considered small by the state. We have prohibition on tree removal, many other requirements to protect the environment. And yet we're held up at the state level essentially because they have determined they need site-specific CEQA for their permit, which means they want us to do their work. And so we've been at loggerheads over that issue. And I certainly would support authorization for the ad hoc committee with county council, with staff, to continue to pursue resolution of that issue, working with the state agencies, working with Senator McGuire, Assemblymember Wood, the governor's office, if we can get their attention. We are holding up the people that are stepping forward saying, I'm willing to comply with all of your rules and regulations and pay taxes and be inspected and regulated. And I wish the state agencies paid a fraction of the attention to people who are not only outside of the program, but many of them trespassing on either public or private land, and not only ignoring all the rules, but going above and beyond to commit environmental destruction. So there's an imbalance there of onerous requirements on people trying to get legal and turning largely a blind eye to the worst of the outlaws. So anyway, long-winded way of saying I certainly support the ad hoc moving forward with county council and staff to try and address that issue. With regard to the other recommendations, I am in support, and I would in fact support hiring the biologist with county cannabis tax funds, but I am not in support of having our staff do other tasks necessary to get these applications through the permit process. I don't think that ought to fall to the county general fund. Thank you. However, we do have the equity program, and Supervisor Williams and I did meet with staff months ago, and the RFP was issued, and hopefully that program will soon be in place, and that is a potential source of funds to help people through the program, both in terms of paying permitting fees, but also any necessary infrastructure improvements and technical assistance. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, before you speak, I want to ask Supervisor Brown, do you have questions or comments at this time?
No, I do not, but appreciate all the work of the ad hoc. We got to find a way forward. And perhaps their bullet points that are in the motion is the way to go. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I was going to ask if Supervisor McCowan could elaborate on what he doesn't support. I wasn't quite following. I think it may be that he doesn't support the additional work to give the state their Appendix G and project description, because that's arguably outside of our scope. But can I get clarification on Supervisor McCowan? Would you support the additional work to make sense of the applications that are pending and continue processing? Because the situation is we have applicants who paid the fee, submitted an application, maybe it was 2 or 3 years ago. Some of them haven't heard back from the county. I think we have an obligation to follow through with the permitting. If it's the applicant holding us up, eventually I'm fine, boot them from the program if they're not doing their part. But in a lot of cases that doesn't appear accurate. It appears they're waiting on the county to follow through. And we don't know exactly what they're waiting on without doing some initial work.
Supervisor McCowan, do you have a response? Supervisor McCowan, you may be muted right now.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think it's some of all of the above. We've been told several times over the years that, the files were in disarray. The applications were very uneven as to their quality and their completeness, but we've assigned staff to go through every single application. We've got everything squared away. We know what is there, what's complete, what's missing. I think we've been told that 2 or 3 different times, and it appears to still not be true. We have not been told that by the current staff in the cannabis program. So I want to draw that distinction. But whatever flaws our ordinance may have had, it has suffered from inept administration up until the current staff who are now in charge of the program. So I do support at county cost the work necessary to review the applications, to determine where they stand, complete, incomplete. That's our responsibility because it should have already been done. In fact, no application should have been accepted to begin with unless it was complete. I'm not supporting staff doing the work to make them complete, and I don't think that's part of the proposal either. But we need to know what is the actual status of these applications. The bullet points call for sending a notice of correction. And again, I think we've been told 2 or 3 times that's been done. Apparently, to whatever degree it was done, there was not sufficient follow through. But that needs to occur once we identify your application is incomplete, because send those letters out 30 days to either comply or be in contact and be working towards compliance, or you're out of the program and we're not devoting additional staff time. The bigger issue is if we get down to we need to be completing the Appendix G or other additional work over and above what was contemplated when the fee structures were set, I don't support that part of it. I think either the state should be doing that additional environmental work, or if we're to be doing it in some manner, the applicant needs to be paying for it. The other thing that gives me pause is the robust staffing plan that apparently is contemplated. I'm very reluctant to commit to that. So other than paying for environmental review, other than through the equity program, or dramatically staffing up, I support all the other bullet points. I hope that answered your question.
It does. Thank you. It sounds like you're in support of all 10. It just may be that if we put an RFP together for the staffing, when it comes back, depending on the amount, you may not be in favor. I might not be either. I don't know until we get to that stage.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Chair Hashak.
Yeah, and that's one of those bridges we're going to have to cross when we get to it, because right now we don't know what the response from CDFA will be, and hopefully we'll get a positive response. We'll be able to work this through, in a positive way, because we have had, good interactions with them, and they have been receptive to what we've been proposing. So with that, hopefully we won't have to staff up like the worst case scenario.
Okay, thank you. With that, I believe it would be appropriate to go to comments from members of the public. Deputy Clerk of the Board, do we have any of the 4 callers who signed up for this agenda item?
Yes, we do. First up is Dennis Sloda.
Mr. Sloda, you're muted. Just unmute your phone. There you are.
Did that work?
Yes.
Yes, you're on the air.
I did not know there was a cannabis item on this agenda until I saw my letter was assigned to this item. So I assumed this was the time to speak, but my intent was to speak during public expression and not on this specific item. So I just want to clarify that. So I'd like to begin. Dear Chair, Hazardous, and board members, speaking on behalf of friends and neighbors, we are seeking transparency and accountability in cannabis code enforcement reporting. Attached is a view of the Cannabis Code Enforcement webpage and a related newspaper article. The Cannabis Enforcement webpage shows 7 complaints for 2018, 1 complaint for 2019, and an annual summary for 2018. We request the website be updated. We are aware of Humboldt growers moving to Mendocino County because Mendocino County does not adequately enforce its cannabis ordinance. Humboldt County uses active enforcement based on evaluation of Google images followed up with field inspection. Humboldt County Cannabis Enforcement brought in $4,707,086 in less than 3 years to the county from enforcement actions. This amount paid the enforcement costs, injected money into the general fund, benefited the environment, and aids legal growers. The contrast with Mendocino County's weak enforcement of a complaint-based system is striking and fiscally irresponsible. Many citizens decline to complain about a cannabis neighbor due to fear of retaliation. Many others report no action at all was taken on their complaint. A majority of these complaints could be identified by active enforcement. It should not be the citizen's obligation to enforce the law. Adopting Humboldt County's active enforcement model protects citizens from grower retaliation, adds protection to valuable North Coast environmental resources, and promotes legal growers. Until Mendocino County moves into an active enforcement model, we request updating the Mendocino County Cannabis Ordinance Enforcement webpage with full information. We are seeking a transparent system, which a complaint is received, time-stamped, assigned a number, categorized by nature of complaint, assigned a staff person, and the complaint status posted online.
30 seconds.
These reports will provide the basis for an annual summary report. We request annual report be on the board agenda items so the public can review and attend a hearing on cannabis code enforcement activities. Having Mendocino County serve as a magnet and haven for law-breaking growers from enforcement counties will further diminish our natural resources and continue to degrade the quality of life for residents. Clearly, this county is in no position to increase the number of growers until the active enforcement model is adopted and initiated.
Time.
We are happy to participate in the processes needed to advance the
Okay, thank you, Mr. Slota, for your comments. And do we have a few other speakers? Are any of them available?
Yes, Hannah Nelson is now on the line.
Good afternoon, supervisors, and once again, thank you for taking up these enormously complicated issues. We feel that the ad hoc has laid out the issues very clearly. To a certain extent, the budget issues and staffing issues are a little cart before the horse until we see exactly what the scope is. We're also, really mindful of one of the statements that we wrote in our memo up front, which is, cannabis cultivation really needs to be looked at as an agricultural land use and should be regulated as such. And certainly Supervisor McCowan's comments with regards to the people trying to get legal having to go through much more onerous steps and there's kind of an imbalance. We couldn't agree more, but some of the issues might be able to be resolved by looking at that whole paradigm of how to view cannabis cultivation with respect to land use. Our memo points out our support for most of the items, but we do have a few cautionary comments, and we request that as the ad hoc works through these items, that they carefully consider the cautionary issues that we pointed out. And again, we just want to have full support for an additional meeting, but it should be noted that both the equity program has a set limit of of what it is intended to be for, and to assume that the costs associated with the work that should have been anticipated from the beginning, save the Appendix G work, really whether or not it's appropriate to utilize those funds for the gap in how the program has been managed, we would call into question, but those issues could really be explored more in depth as the budgetary and staffing items are explored further after narrowing the scope, hopefully with respect to Appendix G. We would also hope that we can really look at some of these issues with respect to narrowing the scope of the
30 seconds.
SSHR now that the new pilot program has been implemented or approved or about to be approved, but we would also look at considering changes to the ordinance to make it more streamlined with respect to the SSHR, so that anybody could do, any qualified professional could do the SSHR. We certainly appreciate the effort that's gone in, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Next on the line is Sarah Bodner.
Hi there. I had hoped to join via video, but I'm not seeing that possibility, so I'll just go ahead and begin. My name is Sarah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Chair Hashek. I am Sarah Bodner, representing Henry's Original. And I want to begin by saying we're so grateful to the ad hoc for bringing forward this agenda item and all the work that's gone into moving the cannabis program forward, which is so essential right now. We would like to express support for all 10 items in the agenda and see many of them as essential and overdue. A lot of them just make sense. Like, it's high time to get the technology and the guidance towards cultivators up to date so that we can have transparency and efficiency in the cannabis program and get as many people permitted as possible. We also are heartened to see that there's some effort going towards breaking this catch-22 that the program has been in for so long, as being underfunded and overburdened and facing way too much ambiguity when it comes to the state regulations. And we are very eager to get some final clarity on the Appendix G, what the requirements will be, and, you know, kind of a once and for all notice of what do operators need to do. Like every operator, we're very concerned about our future ability to do business in Mendocino County, and answers will really help, as well as more funding and staffing of biologists and whatever else is needed to move the program forward. We'd like to speak in favor of scheduling the Phase 3 conversation as soon as possible. It's definitely important to be getting everybody into the program that we can under Phase 1, and we need to be looking towards the future as well. It's possible that, you know, the state of annual licenses is precarious and unknown. And it might be that some people aren't able to get in under Phase 1. They may not be able to get their annual permits. So we view it as really important that the board can schedule Phase 3, a discussion around Phase 3 at the earliest convenience. And I know that the agenda is very full always.
30 seconds.
But in order to prepare for the next growing season, it's imperative that we give operators and legacy cultivators as much lead time as possible to plan for the future. Thank you for your continued work on keeping this industry alive.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon, board. I am checking in to find the, when you were talking about incomplete applications and taking staff time that I know that myself and a number of cultivators have not heard anything from the county. Excuse me. I know last year that when it was time for me to pay my renewal fee, the information was sent to the wrong address. And so I had to pay a whole new application fee. So I'm wondering if there was something similar that could be posted, like we got a notice in the mail about our ballot should be mailed on this certain time. Is there a timeline before your renewal that you should be hearing from the county? If that would be very clear, I think that that would help clarify a lot of things for cultivators. The second thing along that same line is that how does a cultivator or an applicant even know if their application package is incomplete? Is there a way that they can check in? Is there a Zoom meeting that could be scheduled? I think that going forward, we're going to need these things in place. So if the cultivator can check ahead, I think that that would save the county rather than waiting to get a 30-day notice that you're late. That's all I have. Thank you very much. I really appreciate some answers on these.
And last is Corrine Powell.
Ms. Powell, you're muted. You can unmute your microphone and speak whenever you're ready. Ms. Powell, you're still muted. You can press *6 to unmute. Vice Chair Jurdy, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. We'll bring it back to you.
Okay.
So with that, let's go back to the ad hoc committee. If you have any summation.
Well, I'd go further. When you're ready, I'd like to move the recommended action.
Yeah, I was going to too, so I'll second it.
Okay, we've got
I do have additional comment.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. So I certainly do support having the Phase 3 and zoning table discussion as soon as possible. We're only about 9 months behind on having that discussion, or at least giving direction. So it's critical. Something I neglected to ask about earlier, but we know we have these 800 applications. We're working through the current process. My information has always been many of these applications will not succeed in the current process. Maybe if we can iron out issues with the state agencies, that may be resolved, except for those that are fatally flawed for some other reason, and those will be weeded out through the correction letter. So even if we get all of Phase 1 through the current system, we're still left with the issue of Phase 3, and we know there are many potential applicants who would like to apply for Phase 3. The board has previously decided that any Phase 3 applications would involve a land use permit process, which itself takes time. So you walk in the door, here's my completed application. It can take 6 months, a year, maybe longer. So we need to get that Phase 3 land use permit process in place. That can't happen until the board gives clear direction to staff. So I fully support having a meeting to do that as soon as possible. Given the way our agendas run, so we did have a special meeting on the 11th to consider one item. Other than that, 3 weeks between meetings. I think we need to have more meetings if we're going to be able to accomplish the amount of work we need to accomplish. And I do appreciate that the ad hoc has recommended a special meeting for this phase 3 discussion. So we'll have the time to give it the attention it deserves. And then, of course, things that do tie into that I think have to be considered are the concept of expansion and the previous discussion on expansion zones. Although the board was not necessarily unified, I do believe the board previously has given support to the idea of expansion within certain parameters, and of course with a full public permit process, use permit, and also the innovation zone. So I would appreciate it if those can explicitly be part of the phase 3 and zoning permit table discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor McCowan. Supervisor Brown, I believe, already spoke in favor of having a special meeting that was recommended by the ad hoc. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And I was thinking there is possibly a special meeting for this next Tuesday.
We have a meeting in my calendar for next Tuesday. I don't know if it's special or just a regular meeting, but is that correct? Unless the calendar's changed.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. I initially had pulled the board for that date and then pulled the board again for October 13th for the special meeting related to this item.
Okay, so at the moment we're looking at October 13th for this item on a special meeting.
Yes.
Okay. So before we go to a vote on the motion, that sounds like it's that works for everyone. Just want to confirm that. So we are scheduling a special meeting on this topic for October 13th. Looks like that's confirmed. Okay. All right. So we do have a motion on the table. Any additional comments on the motion?
Mr. Vice Chair, could I just ask for clarification? I believe the recommendation or the recommended action include requested County Council to opine on the state's request for Appendix G. Was the answer today sufficient, or was the board looking for more detail and analysis on that?
I think it's been fine. I think that we have clarification, and Supervisor Williams and I, as the ad hoc, have enough to move forward.
Yeah, I would say let's leave it in the motion in case, as we're working with our state partners, we find that there's disagreement. We may want to have the ability to ask County Council to memorialize the opinion and further elaborate, but I'm content with what's been said today.
I support Supervisor Williams.
Okay. Can we have a roll call?
Absolutely. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Vice Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Jurdy, for handling that. So it's 4:05. We're going to take a 15-minute break until 4:20 and come back and hopefully finish up these items. Okay. Back to order. Agenda item number 5E, which is discussion and possible action regarding a status report on fiscal year 2019 to 2020, board goals, directives, and priorities for planning and building services, approval of fiscal year 2020, 2021, proposed goals, directives, and priorities for PBS, and approval of goals, priorities, and directives that would remain on hold in fiscal year 2020 to 2021. And we'll also deal with Supervisor McCowan's issue from item 5A. So the sponsor is Planning and Building Services. Welcome. Okay, Director Schultz.
Hello, Supervisor Hashek, board members, CEO Angelo, and County Council Curtis. Brent Schultz, your Planning and Building Services Director. And on November 13th, right after I got here, the board provided initial direction and priorities for the Planning and Building Services Department. It was further changed in March of 2019, and then again on April 16th, 2019. It's grown significantly. On July 14th, 2020, the board directed staff to return, and we are back with a status report on what we've accomplished, as well as recommendations for the 2021 fiscal year. I need to point out that this current list of prioritizations and assignments, in addition to our regular duties every day, the calls that come in, our counter operations, our permit issuance, inspections, code enforcement calls, that put all together, these priorities, they exceed the staffing capacity and to quickly complete all of the assigned tasks and priorities. And direction from the board, I think, will help our department to focus on and complete the most time-sensitive and critical priorities for the department. And again, attachment A is what we've accomplished. I'll go through that quickly. B is our proposed PBS board goals that we'd like the board to hopefully adopt. And then and attachment C includes board directives that we believe should be put on hold. And we would like to discuss that. It should be noted that while significant regular work of board directors were completed or progress made, the turnover, PSPS, COVID, and the recent EOC response has taken away significant labor hours, staff time to complete our workload. And it is the staffing that we have remaining there. It's working on projects. It has put a significant stress level on them to get projects done. So to go over it first on attachment A, the goals and priorities, the first one was integration of cannabis permitting division in the planning and building. We did complete, it's still an ongoing effort, but we have integrated that, the offices into our offices. We did have a reduction in staffing, but we've now hired back all of the 8 positions that the board has authorized in this last budget, with the exception of, I think, the administrative position and 1 analyst, and we're close, I believe, on the analyst, so we just have to do the cannabis program administrator. Second one was oversee completion of intercrossing. That project, EIR, was put on hold by the applicant. 3 was identify barriers to Gardens Gate. Now Bella Vista, we had extensive meetings with Goulian on that, and we believe we've reduced many of the barriers on that project. 5, work with City of Ukiah on the Ukiah Airport Comprehensive Land Use Plan. And that plan is done. It just has some final meetings with the City Council of Ukiah, our board of supervisors, to show them the plan for information, then on to the ALUC for a final adoption. 6, complete cannabis cultivation and facilities ordinance in the coastal zone. We've done that, and that document is with the Coastal Commission, and we're responding to comments from them. 7, complete oak woodlands protection ordinance for phase 3. That draft is done and will need to come forward when some ordinance on cannabis comes forward. 8, complete coastal zone accessory dwelling unit ordinance. That is done. And we've gotten questions from Coastal Commission staff again, and we've been trying to respond to those questions. And then 9 is economic development focus on fire recovery efforts and projects that will result in job creation. And that is a daily goal of our staff, and all the managers agree on that, and we are implementing that daily. 10 was DOS directive to review cannabis 50-foot property line setback measured from easements crossing private property. And board direct staff to continue to allow deviations to the 50-foot setback requirement through compliance plans and bring back a cannabis ordinance amendment. We would bring this back with whatever ordinance is decided finally with the zoning table. 11, Board of Supervisors directed to prepare a report on how PBS fees were developed and discussed. We did that during the 2019 budget presentation, so that was done. 12, Board of Supervisors priority to amend the inland coastal vacation home rental ordinance. That one was allowed to be moved by the board to fiscal year 2021. And then 13, this is the final ones that we from that April timeframe, was Board of Supervisors priority to formalize previous commitment that new construction at former Masonite site be exempt from property tax and retail sales tax for 10 years from date of construction. And that is still ongoing and not completed as of yet. So to go on to attachment B, I just want to point out the heavy workload of our entire team there in PBS. We get basically the first priority, I think, should be completing our 4,000 estimated permits that are coming now. When I first got there's 3,600. They tell me normal's like 2,600. So we're way above our normal. Complete our 900 monthly inspections, process 300 discretionary planning applications, including, and we put Bella Vista, we're working with Gullion to get their application completed, as well as we hear Vineyard Crossing may be coming soon. Apparently there's the water source may be coming through on that project. And if they get a will serve letter, we'll have two big projects coming through. So I'm hoping that makes it. I want to point out in those 300 discretionary actions that includes when we get cell tower applications, modifications that come in. If they're minor modifications, we can sign them off, but some of them have use permits and need to go back before the Planning Commission. But they are a priority. Respond to 800 code enforcement and health order calls. That's risen because of health orders. Respond to 300 daily emails, telephone inquiries while maintaining daily counter appointments. Support the 7 public bodies that we support, public hearing bodies, agendas, minutes, noticing with Zoom meetings in compliance with Brown Act. And then working, obviously, we think it's very important to keep working with the cannabis ad hoc on the CDFA, CDFW processes. We're continuing to improve those processes and issue permit renewals and process the active applications and issue cultivation permits. 2 would be complete and obtain approval of the safety element hazard mitigation plan. That is coming along and is on schedule. Draft new cannabis cultivation ordinance, including new board approved zoning tables for phase 3, and get Planning Commission and board approval before the April 1st, 2021. And there's an upcoming meeting on that one. And then 4, we need to get when that comes forward, we need to do the Oak Woodlands ordinance and bring that to Planning Commission and to the board for adoption. We need to also implement the Cannabis Equity Grant Program, and we're excited to come in and show the board where that all is. Megan's done a great job on that. Obtain Airport Land Use Commission ALEC approval of the new comprehensive airport land use plan for Ukiah Airport. Business license ordinance update. We did a presentation on the 14th. It needs some updates to be fully operational so we can have a more streamlined business license process for our businesses. And then obtain a Coastal Commission certification of board adoption of the Coastal Cannabis Ordinance. Obtain Coastal Commission certification of our accessory dwelling unit ordinance. And then we continue to our economic development efforts to prioritize for fire recovery efforts and projects and other development activities that will result in job creation. That's important. We also, for a side note, we need to do an ordinance amendment and ordinance amendment to bring it back to the board to extend the urgency ordinance from the Redwood Complex fire survivors who use temporary trailers by 1 year. And also if there's other things needed to help for the recent fires that are occurring. 11 would be, we really believe we should study the code enforcement staffing and resources to develop a reorganization plan to present to the board. This plan would set a strategy and adequately respond to increasing community complaints, calls for service, illegal cannabis operations, we're getting a lot of those calls, and health order violations, including a satellite imagery or other cannabis enforcement tool that we could implement. The existing ordinances do need to be amended to allow increased administrative fines for environmental cannabis and other egregious violations, so that fines have a meaningful deterrent to violations in county ordinances and recover costs. And this has been, Trent has been working with Mike in county council on this, but that needs to all come forward. And then the last three priorities would be CDBG grant administration and going after those grants, keeping after looking for disaster recovery funds, COVID economic development, micro enterprise technical assistance, affordable housing assistance, and public improvements to help with what we're doing here in the county. 13, the Anderson Valley fire safety street naming that came in, and we're working on that now and going through the process of that. But we do need county council, they need to help us with rewriting some of that ordinance. And we've talked about that in previous meetings. And then 14, broadband and FirstNet coverage analysis, we have not completed that. And then lastly, with the attachment C, the board and goals and priorities that we believe we should hold once the other ones are done, then we could consider these, but these be held off. Update inland coastal vacation home rental ordinance. 2, complete the Masonite site retail sales tax, property tax exemptions. 3, the cannabis innovation zones that were directed on November 5th, that we hold off on that because of how busy we're going to be with issuing permits and implementing what the board directs on the cannabis program. Amending the inclusionary housing ordinance and obtaining planning commission and board approval. And then 5, the ad hoc committee with City of Fort Bragg to support housing. And then 6, the revising the Class K ordinance to remove square footage maximum restrictions that was on 10/1/2019 at the board. And I'm recommending the board adopt these proposed changes in our priorities. And I have, that concludes my presentation, and Julia and I are here, and other staff if you have any questions of us. Thank you very much, Supervisor Hashek.
All right, thank you. Very much a full plate. So let's see, are there any comments from the board?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I would actually suggest one change, and we have listed to put on hold cannabis innovation zones. And one of the live items that is recommended to be going forward is the cannabis cultivation for the coastal zone, item 8. And as one point, I don't think we have a huge opportunity for cannabis cultivation in the coastal zone. We have, I think, considerably greater opportunity for appropriate expansion with appropriate conditions, and the innovation zones are a way to accommodate that. Another point from discussions with staff earlier, as we know, the Coastal Commission is always a challenge, and I believe our staff belief is that moving forward with the current proposal for a coastal zone cultivation ordinance poses a number of issues, and we have the appropriate people on the line. They can state their own position. I believe it was their thought that if we're considering adopting a land use permitting process for phase 3, it might make sense to adopt a similar approach for coastal zone cultivation. So I would respectfully suggest that we hear from staff and then consider putting the item 8 on the proposed goals and priorities list on hold and substitute the cannabis innovation zones. And one other comment in prioritization, I would, number 6 on the list, the Airport Land Use Commission, I would move that ahead of the cannabis items. I don't think it's going to make a huge difference in how they proceed. I think that one is on its own timeline, but it is certainly a priority issue for the people impacted by it, and one that I think is within our grasp. Thank you.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I'd like staff to offer a little more details on a couple of these items that are supposedly moving forward with the Coastal Commission, Coastal Plan amendments for ADUs and in the coastal zone. What's the feedback you're getting from Coastal Commission? I thought we were hoping to have that approved and implemented by maybe around November of this year.
Yes, Chair Hashik, if I could address Supervisor Jurdy, we did get extensive comments from them, and we've been responding to their extensive requests for information. And it's not a fast process with them. And Julia, if you'd like to chime in on precisely some of the areas where they wanted additional information that we've been pulling together.
Sure. This is Julia Ackerkrog, Chief Planner. So the Coastal Commission provided a comment letter back to our submittal for the Local Coastal Program Amendment. I'm going to start with accessory dwelling units. So for accessory dwelling units, they sent us back a letter with approximately 26 items that they wanted us to respond to. And some was varying levels of analysis, trying to look at the adequacy of services to be provided to certain areas, as well as some of the recommendations we were making for the ministerial coastal development permit process, which would have been that checklist that you do at the front counter. So we've been working to respond to that with the consultant, North Coast Community Planning. And actually, we are going to be submitting our revisions to the Coastal Commission actually this week. So that's an exciting kind of benchmark for us, as we're about to put this all back in the hands of the Coastal Commission, where, as you may be aware, they can either come back with additional questions or clarifying questions, or they may begin preparation of their staff report and scheduling for hearing. Now, for the coastal cannabis ordinance, I'm going to try to address both Supervisor McCowan's comments and Supervisor Jurdy's comments on this one. So for the coastal cannabis ordinance, the reason my staff was hesitant to move forward was when the board started discussing about, basically moving away from some of the current ordinance for inland areas. And our concern was, are we going to end up with two different ordinances, one applying with standards that differ in the inland area from those within the coastal zone area? And so I do want to address Supervisor McCowan's comment that actually in the coastal zone, it would essentially almost always require a discretionary permit. That's a coastal development permit or coastal development use permit. And only there were some zones that we thought we might be able to do as a zoning clearance only if there was existing uses. So basically saying that it doesn't constitute development under the Coastal Act. And then as for the status with the Coastal Commission, we also received a very extensive comment letter from the Coastal Commission on that, and actually with even more analysis because it was both the cultivation and the facilities components. And so we have been working with LACO Associates to respond to that, but I will say it is complex. We do have the draft response to the incomplete letter is actually nearly complete, and I believe it just requires some final review by county staff before we could resubmit that back to the Coastal Commission. So I hope that answers your question, and I'm of course available for any follow-up questions.
All right, thank you. Okay, further comments from the board? I'd just like to say that, with Supervisor McCowan talking about adding the enterprise zone to the workload of the Planning and Building Department, that we're already seeing that we have this heavy lift of trying to get the permitted and the embossed receipts from phase one into the program, getting at least their permits, and just adding something else to the plate of planning and building and cannabis department seems like it would just, it's not what I'm hearing from the cannabis department, and I don't think that that's a direction we need to go right now, because we need to focus on getting into the permit system.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, sir. I was muted and didn't know. I was trying to get your attention, but I'd like to ask a couple of questions of staff, and this has to do with Coastal Commission. Are you talking about the office in Arcata and their responses? And if you are, I'd like to know who the staff person is.
Sure, I can respond to that. This is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. So we work with their, gosh, I'm going to totally butcher what her title is, but basically her name is Kristen Kenyon, and she handles all of the local coastal program amendments. And, we work closely with them through the development of the ordinance, but sometimes there are just these sticking points. So we're seeing some of those sticking points coming out in some of these letters, which will ultimately be a decision point for the board if we can't reach an agreement with the commission. But the staff member we're working with is Kristen Kenyon, as well as her supervisor, Robert Merrill, sometimes also participates in the conversations or provides incomplete letters where she may not have adequate time to respond.
Yeah, very familiar with him. But through my learning in working with the Coastal Commission, and I'm going back to the Mendocino town plan, we would receive letters like 15 pages that we had to respond to. And through my time in serving with the Coastal Counties group and meeting with top staff at a state level, for that Mendocino town plan to get it brought forward, there were 5 sticking points. And actually the executive director, their legal person from San Francisco, they all came to Ukiah. We had about a 4-hour meeting and were able to resolve 3 of those items and not 2. So there is hope. And I would encourage my colleagues that have participated with the coastal counties. I haven't been participating lately, leaving it to them because I wasn't appointed, but that always is an option. So it'll be interesting to hear back about what's going on with commission staff, because we do have some options there. And then when you're ready, Mr. Chair, I do have some other comments to make to the director.
Okay. Let me go to CEO Angela.
Sure, Hashek, thank you very much. I just wanted to make 2 comments. One, I would like to thank Director Schultz and his staff for the work of putting this list together and attempting to prioritize for the board. I think it's much appreciated, and I think it makes it easier, I hope, for the board to go through the list and determine what your priorities are. So thank you. And then I also want to say, I think I could help Director Schultz on the attachment B under proposed PBS board's goals, directives, and priorities. Number 2, complete and obtain approval of safety element and hazard mitigation plan by Planning Commission and board. Nash Gonzalez, who actually has been working in recovery along with Darcy Antle, has this just about completed. So I think I would like to say that to Director Schultz, because I think it will make it easier for him and his team. So this may be something that they actually could take off of their list. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, just to follow up on the ADU amendment yet to be approved by the Coastal Commission. I realize that they have the right to submit a lengthy letter, and sometimes maybe it's a delaying tactic. But I would hope that planning staff could send a copy of their letter to the board so we could see what specifically they're requesting, some of which may be reasonable, maybe some of it's not reasonable, maybe some of it is just a delaying tactic. And perhaps staff could convey to Bob Merrill and his staff that the Board of Supervisors is very impatient and wants to see this approved quickly, and to remind them that their executive director for the whole state of California has bragged that statewide they are approving coastal plan amendments submitted by cities and by counties in 94 days. They're well past 94 days at this point. We're approaching 1 year. And yet again, the Arcata office is the slowest office in the state. So I realize that staff can't be the bad guy, but I'm willing to be the bad guy in this. And I hope you can convey that, as well as send to the board a copy of their letter.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, and great recommendations, Supervisor Jurdy. I really appreciate that. There is one item that I feel we have to pay attention to. I'm getting this information from the Rural Counties Association and Mr. Paul Smith, who says if counties don't follow through, and there's a number of them around the state that have not done this work, that we're going to be paying some consequences due to 2 years in a row to do penalties to counties that don't follow through. And that has to do with Assembly Bill 1236, electric vehicle charging. And it was mandated to streamline electrical vehicle charging permits in order to expedite the availability of electric vehicle charging stations. And cities and counties were required to adopt such an ordinance by September 30th, 2017. And in addition to adopting an ordinance, local jurisdictions are required to publish a plug-in electrical vehicle infrastructure permitting checklist. And again, we need to make it a priority. And I don't know if it would come as a directive from this board. When I think about the consequences, I go back to the late 70s when the county was sued for not putting together a general plan as the state mandated it be put together. We just kind of went on our way. Well, we got sued in court, and there were an injunction applied that basically you couldn't get out building permits in Mendocino County until we complied with the update to our general plan. So I don't want to see this happen. I think this is maybe the third time I have tried to bring it to different individuals' attention. And so I wanted to say it publicly. That way I'll have no regrets if we don't do it and we end up paying the consequences. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Brown. It sounds like something that needs to be put on the list.
Chair Haschak.
Yeah, let me go to Supervisor McCowan. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to chime in on the Coastal Commission. I think the fundamental problem is the Arcata office has a lack of work. Therefore, they have the luxury of being able to take 2 weeks to come up with every conceivable and some unconceivable objections to our very routine applications. The Mendocino Town Plan was held up needlessly for 2 years, probably cost the county a minimum of $250,000 extra, maybe $500,000 extra, in order to get a plan through that only strengthened the protections for the historical character of the town and preserved coastal access. But you wouldn't know that talking to the Coastal Commission staff. So I fully support staff and Supervisor Jurdy being clear and direct with the Coastal Commission and just put them on notice. We really are not interested in wasting more time. I think we should make it an issue. Again, the idea that they have so few applications and they can't get them through, I think that's because they're making a career out of every application that comes in their door. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams. You're muted.
I support Supervisors Brown's addition of the electric charging. That came up last year. I wanted to try to make use of it in Walla. We had a group and we discovered that the county hadn't met the mandate. But on attachment A, the goals and priorities, is this a ranked list or is it just a flat list without prioritization?
If I could address that, Supervisor Hashik.
Yes.
This was just the order by which we did it, I think after April 16th. I don't recall us ranking them by order of priority at that time. I think this was what the board added to our priorities, Supervisor Williams.
And do you have any supervisors asking for items that are not on this list?
Not currently, no. I mean, this is just I think when you look at B and C, that's just over time, everything that's been added since the 16th, I think.
Got it. And do you have the resources to carry this out? And I know number one is the cannabis permitting, that one we talked about earlier, that you may need to augment staff. But what about the other items?
You're muted.
The cannabis program, depending on how we come out on that, that may need more. The code enforcement operation, I'm concerned about that with everything that's going on now. Now, maybe things go down, but it seems like our activity just keeps going up and up there, especially with calls about cannabis operations that don't comply with our ordinance. So I'm concerned about that one. The planning department, we have vacancies from time to time. People resign. So we could, we have 2 positions not filled there in Julia's shop. We can always use the help there, but we're mindful of the fact that we don't know what the economic hit of COVID will be yet. It's, counties and cities get hit, it hits them later. So I'm mindful of that fact. So, but those are the areas that really give me, cause for concern to make sure we have the staffing to get things done. As well as, in this pandemic, right, we've got social distancing going on. We can't have as many people in the offices. We got people working from home now more than we normally did. So it doesn't make for the most, but we're learning. We're not the most efficient with it, but we're learning and getting better at it.
And if I could just add to what Director Schultz said, this is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. I think it's important to know, as you heard me talk about the 2 coastal LCP amendments we're working on, for many of our ordinance amendments that we do end up hiring consultants outside of the office just because we know we would not necessarily, while we could try to do it in-house, we may have challenges in terms of being able to do it on the timeline that the board or the public may wish to see that happen on. So, it often comes up on individual ordinance amendments such as the ADUs or the coastal cannabis, just so that way we can keep those moving steadily through the process, that we do reach out for outside contract help. So I just wanted to make sure that was added on there.
Okay. So Supervisor McCowan, did you want to talk about your item from 5A?
Yes. So we do have the situation where a number of business sectors, personal care, gyms, and fitness centers, restaurants are only allowed to conduct activities outdoors. We do expect inclement weather will arrive at some point. We don't know if we'll still be in the purple zone, but by the time we know that a roofed structure is needed, it'll be too late to get it in place. So the thought is that the board would direct planning staff, given we're in an emergency and that's why these activities are conducted outdoors, we would waive zoning requirements. We would expedite approval of canopies or other roofed structures to shelter and protect the activities that some people do want to continue outdoors. And so I would appreciate board consideration of giving that direction. Then, of course, we do want to hear from staff what are the complexities involved. I do believe at least one and maybe two of our cities have done something similar. So I'd like to see us follow in their path if it's feasible. Thank you.
Okay, Director Schultz, do you have any comment about that?
Yes, that urgency ordinance area is one where my only concern about it is just making sure that we're complying with our building code requirements and other areas to approve these temporary structures. I think county council could, I shouldn't speak for them. Christian should speak if he's got the time to write that ordinance up. And we can plagiarize and find one we'd like. I could, I'd offer that I could work on that, not the staff. And because I do think it's important that we have an easier process for our applicants to go through. Now the coastal zone, that's another matter. We have to get through the coastal commission. That's a little more difficult issue to resolve. But I do think with not knowing this, COVID could go on for a lot longer. And I think we need a process to help our restaurants, athletic type facilities, others with some type of temporary structures. I do concur with that.
I would clarify in at least one instance that I'm aware of, they would, given the cost of the structure, they would contemplate it being a permanent structure. So, and county council may actually have information on that particular situation. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further comment right now, we'll go to public comment. And do we have Hannah Nelson on the line? Okay, Ms. Nelson. Ms. Nelson.
Yes, this is Hannah Nelson. Thank you, Chair Hashcheck, and the rest of the board. I need to flip through my notes because I was furiously taking notes to your riveting conversation. Essentially, it's about the priorities as well as the satellite enforcement. And I completely understand, we completely understand at MCA that the Building and Planning Department has a ton on its plate and not enough staff to do the work. Hopefully with the smart contracting of chunks of work that will help ease the situation. But we do ask that the changes to the cannabis ordinance that were already directed by the board continue forward, because all of those changes were targeted to streamline and make the process less onerous, both for staff as well as for applicants. And while we face so many challenges and so much work, it's important to not just, put those off to the side when they had a targeted reason for being passed by the board and being directed by the board. Also, with respect to satellite enforcement, the real issue is until there's a certain future for the current cohort of applicants, and I think that, Sheriff Kendall has even expressed this, that enforcement is really tricky right now until we have a better path forward. And it was that we were talking about future path forward for phase 3 applicants, but now we're really talking about the current cohort and whether or not the county is going to be able to fulfill its obligation to process all of them in time, or whether the state would bump out the date for provisionals. But it's all very, very up in the air right now, and there's a lot of work to do. So I just ask to be mindful of that. The other thing is with respect to, prioritizing the enterprise zone over any other work, and also hearing about these other big potential projects with some wineries or whatever those projects were, I just want to remind the board that Cannabis, as Supervisor Williams had indicated previously, is anticipated to bring in $5 million a year in taxes, and that those items should be prioritized as well. So we appreciate all the hard work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess, is there a status update of those recommendations that came from the ad hoc in February for the cannabis ordinance? The 2, 3, and 4? Director Schultz?
I can respond to that if you like, Supervisor Hashak. We have actually received a draft, so I know that County Council has been working on those, and I think we have a draft right now that we're reviewing of those changes. So we will be coming back to the board in the near future.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the board then?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. With this electric vehicle charging compliance, and going forward with an ordinance, there are examples. Go Biz at a state level has the brochures that are required by every county planning and building department. So there is help, and I think they have a model ordinance as well.
Okay, so it sounds like we'd like to add that to the list of priorities.
If I could add something, Chair Hashik, about that electrical vehicle ordinance, we are working right now. Jesse has been with MCOG on it, so it's partially in process.
Okay.
That's wonderful to hear. Thank you.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. So we heard reference to the tax revenue that is generated by cannabis, and it is very important. I think it's also important to try and increase that amount while protecting the environment, protecting the community. And those were predicates for moving forward with cannabis innovation zones. It would have to be in areas where we were protecting the environment and protecting the community. So again, I do support moving that onto the priority list, potentially moving the coastal cannabis ordinance to the on hold. But I would appreciate hearing from Supervisor Jurdy his concerns about that, or overall, is that potentially a good trade for the county to hopefully bolster our economic sustainability going forward.
We seem to have some background noise. Maybe planning staff could talk about what work still remains to process the complete the LCP amendment in the coastal zone.
Sure, I can take that question. This is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. And so we are actually pretty far along with the coastal cannabis ordinance. I mean, it's been a couple of years in the making to this point. So my concern with doing a swap for the innovation zones would be the innovation zones is going to be a substantially larger workload than where we are with the coastal cannabis ordinance. So I think if innovation zones was moving over onto the prioritization list, we'd be looking at dropping not just one item, but maybe multiple items to make up for that workload space. And I don't know if Director Schultz has any additional comments.
And I absolutely concur with that. That will be a lot of work, the innovation zones.
So I have an alternate proposal, and so I accept the lists as they're presented, and except we would add the electric vehicle charging ordinance, if that's the right terminology. And the issue of the innovation zones can be discussed at the board's special meeting on cannabis. And if that's the direction the board wants to go in, we could give direction for an RFP for a firm to develop that. So I would actually be prepared to make a motion when we get to that point.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, could I get clarification from Supervisor McCowan? Would we need an RFP, or could we use the existing contract with LACO for planning work to complete the innovation zone effort?
Well, I think that's a legal and staff question, so we could certainly hear from them on that. Again, I don't think we need to discuss it further today on staff's comments. I'm willing to accept the lists as they're presented. If the board has interest in making that issue a priority, then it would be up to us to take the appropriate action along with direction from staff on what the best way to do to hire the appropriate resources. So yeah, if it could be done through existing contract with LACO, they've done a lot of work for us, have done well. I don't have any concern with that, but that'll be a contracting issue for staff and council to weigh in on.
Okay. All right, so, do we have a second to that acceptance?
I would like to.
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
I just would like to ask for clarification from the maker of the motion and the seconder. If the issue that the county is obligated to, and I support updating to make to streamline the process for in the coastal zone for electric charging vehicles, chargers, includes say photovoltaic systems for homes and businesses, then I'm just hoping we would include that as well. I've heard conflicting stories. Some people are saying that we're supposed to amend our plan to make it easier, simpler to get PV panels on buildings in the coastal zone, and that we have or haven't done it. So I'm not clear on that point, but if we haven't done that yet, I'd like to make sure that gets included with the EV chargers.
Certainly, I would accept staff researching that and taking appropriate action. And, certainly I think you could interact with them on that to understand the issue and make sure that we're covering the correct bases.
Okay, Supervisor Brown, are you all right with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you do a roll call vote?
Yes, and for the record, I have Supervisor Brown as the mover of the motion, and the second, who was the second?
No, I think Supervisor McCowan was the maker of the motion.
Okay.
And Supervisor Brown seconded.
Thank you very much. And for the vote, Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
And Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so moving on to item 6C, and it's getting late. I'm sorry about that. Discussion and possible action regarding presentation of the proposed Ukiah Senior Community Center. Supervisors Brown and McCowan. Okay, who would like to start it off?
Supervisor McCowan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity, and I appreciate the patience of our presenters. The Ukiah Senior Center is in a position to relocate, have a completely new facility. It'll be an improvement to the neighborhood it will be in, to the overall community, the greater Ukiah Valley and beyond community. And it would also be an alternative venue for the county to hold meetings and other events. They'll have a greatly expanded thrift store, which will generate revenue that will help make them self-sustaining. And without any further ado, I would turn it over to Rachel, blanking on your last name at the moment,
That's okay.
Long day, to introduce Diana Clark, who will be presenting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
You, John. Chairman Hashik and members of the board, thank you so much for this opportunity. I also want to extend my thanks to your staff helping us connect today, as well as the staff we work with for our behavioral health contracts. Again, my name is Rachel McDavid. I'm the Executive Director of the Ukiah Senior Center, and I'm here with my predecessor and the chair of our Capital Project Committee, Diana Clark, and she'll be presenting to you a PowerPoint slideshow about our very exciting endeavor. But first, I just want to reflect on, hearing of all the things that you'll have to work on if you have to address these enormous challenges that we're facing as a community. And I just want to say that, as you know, we find balance by looking at what we're building for the future. And so as we share with you our vision for the future, we hope that you'll consider supporting the Ukiah Senior Center as we pursue the Community Development Block Grant funding through the county for the future of the Senior Community Center. And so following the presentation, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. And now I pass it on to Diana.
Thank you, Rachel. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and share the screen of our presentation with you. So let's see if we can get that launched. And did that pop up for you guys?
No, it has not. There it is.
Huh.
Now it is. We're good.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and put it in slideshow format then. All right, is that better, folks? Great. Thank you, Chair Hashik and members of the board. Since 1977, Bartlett Hall has served as the community center for our local seniors from the greater Ukiah Valley area, including Potter Valley, Redwood Valley, Calpella, Hopland, Talmadge, and beyond. Over 4 decades later, however, this facility no longer meets the needs of our greatly increased population of seniors, and it's inadequate to serve their needs in the years ahead. Because Bartlett Hall is too small for the larger events that our seniors want to attend, and because the current site is inadequate for any expansion, the most practical solution is to build a larger, energy-efficient, and cost-effective senior community center that can provide the expanded services and resources that our community will require going forward. In 2016, the Ukiah Senior Center began collaborating with Rural Communities Housing Development on the vision to co-locate new senior community center adjacent to the low-income housing that would include seniors and veterans. Rural Community Housing launched its efforts to build 80 units on an 8-acre parcel it owns on Brush Street and obtained its use permit from Mendocino County in 2019 to move forward on this project, which broke ground in March. A new senior community center is contemplated for the east end of this site on approximately 2.5 acres, which is envisioned to serve our senior population as well as Mendocino County as a shared resource center for county events. This larger community center will also accommodate the events and activities of our many nonprofit community partners, such as North Coast Opportunities, veterans groups, and the many local service clubs and community organizations that currently share in the use of Bartlett Hall for their own events and activities. In addition, River Oak Charter School, which is located next to the Ukiah Senior Center on Leslie Street, hopes to acquire the Bartlett Hall facility, our thrift store building, and the parking lot to expand its own capacity if the new senior community center gets built. As you can see, rural community housing's development on Brush Street is well underway. Pictured here is phase 1 of Oak Creek Commons, the first of 2 40-unit housing structures currently under construction that will provide low-income residences for seniors, veterans, and families. The lower photo here shows the corner of Orchard Avenue and Brush Street looking west, with Oak Creek Commons in the background. The 2.5 acres that is available adjacent to Oak Creek Commons is perfectly situated for the new senior community center. Shown here is the site map for the 8 acres owned by Rural Communities Housing where Oak Creek Commons is being built and where the new senior community center is contemplated for the parcel at the east end. You'll see a solid line that designates approximately where the parcel for the senior community center would be built. This parcel currently has the City of Ukiah well building located at the Orchard Avenue end and north of Oak Creek. The design for the Senior Community Center takes into account the city's well site and works around that well easement. This site map shows you the footprint where phase 1 of Oak Creek Commons is currently under construction, which provides the first 40 units of this 80-unit development. Phase 2 is going to be an identical footprint adjacent to phase 1, which will leave the remaining third parcel of approximately 2.5 acres available for the new senior community center. In 2016, Ukiah Senior Center had a feasibility study prepared by Basis Architecture, the same architects that conducted the feasibility study for Oak Creek Commons. That feasibility study concluded that the 2.5 acres available at the corner of Brush Street and Orchard Avenue would be well suited for the facility needs of the new senior community center and the adjacent thrift store. Factors taken into account in this feasibility study included the City of Ukiah's well easement and building, the building size needed for the new community center and administrative offices, the building requirements for the new thrift store facility, and the required number of parking spaces for these uses. As currently envisioned, the new community center building would total approximately 17,000 square feet, consisting of 2 stories. That includes an auditorium and lobby of approximately 6,800 square feet with a commercial kitchen included, various meeting rooms, and the administrative offices for the Ukiah Senior Center. On the south end of the parcel would be located the new thrift store facility that totals approximately 5,800 square feet and includes an indoor-outdoor patio that would face Oak Creek. This slide shows you the first floor of the new community center building, which features a large auditorium that can seat up to 254 persons, a lobby area, an elevated stage, and a commercial kitchen. Administrative offices for the Ukiah Senior Center's Transportation Office, Outreach Program, and Lunch Bunch Activity Room are located at the south end of this first floor so that these services are more conveniently accessible for our seniors who use the buses and outreach services. The larger auditorium increases our seating capacity to 254 persons, which is 35% larger than the current limited seating of 166 people in Bartlett Hall. The second floor would contain various sized meeting rooms and administrative offices for the Ukiah Senior Center. A newer and larger senior community center will allow us to expand the number of seniors we are able to serve at community events, such as our Thanksgiving Day meal, where each year we're unfortunately unable to provide enough seating for all the seniors and their family members who wish to attend. The new commercial kitchen will prepare weekday hot meals for local seniors, which will be a tremendous benefit to the seniors and veterans living in nearby low-income housing, such as Oak Creek Commons, Duane Hill Terrace, and other nearby rural community housing apartments for seniors. The larger community center and commercial kitchen is also conveniently located to Mendocino County's administrative offices, which will be able to hold events and activities at this shared use facility when needed, and which can provide a critical community resource center in times of emergencies and power shutoffs. Our community nonprofit partners that currently share in the use of Bartlett Hall will also benefit from having a new community center for their activities and events. Shown here is the annual Veterans Christmas Dinner held in Bartlett Hall by the Ukiah American Legion Lewis White Post 76 Veterans Group. Each year, many veterans are unable to attend this holiday event because of the limited seating in Bartlett Hall. Other nonprofit organizations that would share in the use of this new community center include North Coast Opportunities, Ukiah Sons of Italy, the Rod and Gun Club, Ukiah Girl Scouts, and the Redwood Empire Lions Club, just to name a few. An important objective in the planning of the new Senior Community Center is to achieve greater sustainability for its operation in the years ahead. The current Bartlett Hall facility is not only inadequate in its seating capacity, but it also lacks the energy efficiency and energy independence capabilities that the new community center would be built to include, making it more economical to operate and to maintain. In addition, the larger community center and commercial kitchen would generate rental revenues that would greatly offset annual operating costs for this new facility. Also helping to sustain the mission of the Ukiah Senior Center's services and programs for our seniors would be the thrift store's increased sales revenues, which supplement the operating funds needed to maintain our nonprofit operations. Other factors that will improve and enhance the sustainability of this new community center include more energy efficient construction materials that increase energy conservation and reduce maintenance costs. The architectural designs include the installation of solar panels on the roof of the community center building and the thrift store facility, which will reduce annual operating costs and help to achieve energy independence. As currently contemplated, the community center facility will be constructed as a metal building that incorporates energy efficient roof panels and wall treatments, exterior materials that are easy and cost effective to maintain, and energy efficient heating and cooling systems. Funding sources that are available to assist in the financing of this project include the market value of our current Bartlett Hall and thrift store facilities, which River Oak Charter School has expressed an interest in acquiring for its own expansion. The Senior Center owns this property free and clear. The Savings Bank of Mendocino County has expressed its support in providing construction financing for this project, subject to appropriate approval conditions and requirements. And the Ukiah Senior Center is also undertaking a capital campaign effort to generate funding support from the community and from the center's members, volunteers, and benefactors, many of whom have already expressed an interest in pledging contributions toward this project. Our presentation to the Board of Supervisors today seeks to share our vision with the county for how this new community resource center will not only benefit our senior constituents for decades to come, but how we can also collaborate with the county to provide a shared use facility for county events, programs, and as an emergency operations venue when needed. For many years, Bartlett Hall has served as an emergency cooling station for the county on excessive heat days, and this new community center would continue to aid the county during such emergencies. So we're asking for the Board of Supervisors support today in prioritizing community development block grant funding for this project or other available grants and loans, which would involve limited staff time because the Ukiah Senior Center's administrative staff has the expertise and ability to prepare grant application forms and supporting documentation needed to pursue grant funding, with only limited involvement of county staff resources for this effort. As we move forward towards the realization of a new senior community center, we welcome the opportunity to further our existing collaboration with the county, which already provides critical support each year through service contracts that fund our outreach program for seniors and the disabled, our senior peer counseling program that helps seniors to stay independent in their homes as they cope with life's challenges, and our transportation program, which provides thousands of bus rides for seniors and the disabled in our community each year. Shown here is the site plan and elevation renderings designed by architect Philippe Lapotre, who also worked with rural community housing to design Oak Creek Commons and Willow Terrace. So we thank you for this opportunity to present our vision for a new senior community center today that we hope will enable us to expand our mission of service for all our seniors and disabled in the community for years to come. And at this time, we welcome any questions that you may have concerning this project and our proposal. And thank you again for your time today.
All right, thank you. You certainly presented that quickly and efficiently.
I'm trying to condense our times. I know time is very important today.
Made it an enjoyable trip through your process.
Thank you, Chair.
Are there any questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Just briefly, you don't have to convince me of the importance of a senior center. Both my grandparents were longtime volunteers at the Revico Senior Center in Fort Bragg, and I know that it does so much to keep people, engaged and not just sheltered into their homes and involved in their community. The other thing I think that it does is also provide all sorts of services that people need, like financial literacy. I think it becomes a good network to make sure if there's a scam in town that people hear about it, they learn about it, and also just provide people with, at least here in Fort Bragg, tax preparation, free advice on things like that. So I think there's all sorts of ways that a senior center can keep people living independently, and it goes way beyond the free meals or the discounted meals and the community eating. So I very much appreciate your project here and want to support it. And I just have one question. I didn't see an elevation of the retail store, and I'd hope that you would consider working with RCHD or someone to see if you could build that in a way that it's 2 stories and take advantage of that 5,000 square foot footprint and get another floor of some much needed workforce housing or senior housing upstairs.
That's an excellent suggestion, and we certainly will do that. I also wanted to comment that as you mentioned, there is a broader importance of a senior center for the community as a whole. And one of the things that we've emphasized is in this time where we're building a lot of low-income housing for seniors and disabled and veterans, it's also important to remember that these people living in these low-income residences need some place to go and recreate, need some place to enrich their lives and go to see movies or go to activities or exercise classes. And we fill that requirement for our community, and we're very grateful to be able to do that.
Okay, any further comments from the board? I guess my comment would be, like, how much staff time do you think it would take from the county to support this effort?
I'm not sure what the process has been in the past, but I know that I personally have a lot of experience writing government grants as a court administrator for over a decade. I did that kind of stuff a lot. And so our goal is to have very limited staff involvement, only the amount necessary to fulfill the county's end in providing certain types of information that would be up to the county to provide. And so that would be our commitment in seeking this support from the county.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'll just note for the record that there's a number of letters of support that were submitted. They're all in one attachment, but and I certainly appreciate the supportive comments from Supervisor Jurdy. Your question is right on the marks, and Mr. Chair, since we just approved a prioritization, that did include support for infrastructure via CDBG, and I can testify personally to the expertise of Diana Clark, and assisted by Rachel McDavid and other senior center staff. I think they can do the heavy lifting on preparing a CDBG application, and I think staff's main role would be to check that the submittal requirements are being met. So I would anticipate it would be a relatively small investment of staff time to assist with a tremendous improvement to the community. The senior center does great work where they are, but as noted in the presentation, they're greatly constrained, and the movement will also allow expansion of the River Oak Charter School. There's a good relationship with RCHDC and the senior center that will continue on the new site. So I would think that we're in good shape if we go forward with this. It will involve some staff support, but again, the payoff to the community, I think, will be very significant. So when you're ready, I would be prepared to make a motion.
Well, we do have any other comments from the board?
Yeah, just a brief comment. Are we assigning another task to planning and building? In effect?
Supervisor Brown.
I need to hear from County Council I heard Supervisor McCowan propose or is going to propose a motion. I am a member of Ukiah Senior Center and have been for over a decade. And I need to know from council, does this pose a conflict of interest issue for me if I vote on this motion?
If I may respond, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Supervisor Brown, I don't know that it necessarily would. However, frankly, I'd need to ask a bunch of follow questions that it may be easier just to recuse rather than go through that. I don't. A lot would depend upon the particular financial interest, et cetera. And I don't know if we're going to really have the time right now to go into that level of detail. I would suggest maybe an abundance of caution, just recusing.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wouldn't a conflict of interest primarily be that the person who potentially has the conflict would be benefiting financially somehow from their relationship with the organization?
I believe that question was intended for me. I will say yes, but that was the level of inquiry I was trying to avoid at this hour. If we need to, I would suggest that we could take a few minutes break, and that I could speak to Supervisor Brown as to the specifics of her membership and what that means for potential conflict of interest. I just need some time to go through that process.
Well, I guess that the question that Supervisor Williams brought up along my lines was, what's the level of involvement that planning and building is going to have? And is planning and building on the line? Not seeing them.
Well, maybe before they get on the line, it is pretty much a routine function of the planning and building department to apply for community development block grants. So I think it's sort of in their routine work plan for the year.
Okay.
And again, if I may, Mr. Chair, the narrative would all be composed by senior center staff. I think they essentially would do a rough draft of the grant proposal, and then staff, I think, primarily would be checking it to make sure that all the appropriate requirements for the submittal are being made.
Okay.
So again, I don't see it being an involved process. I'm just totally throwing a wild ass, oh, pardon me, estimate out there, but I can't imagine it'd take more than 10 or 15 hours, if even that.
Okay. Director Schultz, could you chime in on that?
Yes, Brent Schultz here, Planning and Building Services Director. We can work with them on that. We're geared up on the CDBG grants. And by the way, I've done a lot of them. So be happy to work with them on that, on this important project.
Okay, very good. Thank you. CEO Angelo, did you have something to add?
Thank you, Chair Hashek. No, I just wanted to be certain that we did talk with the Planning and Building Director. I can say I appreciate Director Schultz's willingness to always say yes to this board and take on multiple projects. I don't know how much time this will take. I do agree it's a very important project. As your CEO, I'm very concerned about the Planning and Building Department, very concerned about the cannabis program, and concerned about multiple projects and how those projects are going to get done. But again, if the planning director thinks that they could take this on without a problem, then there's not much more I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further comment right now, we'll go to public expression. Is Mari Roden on the line?
No, she is not on the line.
Okay. Okay, then we'll go back to supervisors.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor.
I would just like to state I have no financial interest in Ukiah Senior Center or the new project. I pay my membership dues annually. That is my only connection financially to Ukiah Senior Center, but I'll recuse myself from the vote, so there's no appearance of a conflict of interest.
All right. Okay, Deputy, is there a motion?
Well, actually, I would defer Supervisor Jurdy in deference to your strong support of senior centers. Would you like to make a motion?
You're muted.
Okay. Like to move to authorize staff to support the efforts of the Ukiah Senior Center to prepare and submit a community development block grant for the proposed Ukiah Valley Senior Center project.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Jurdy, seconded by Supervisor Williams. Could you conduct a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams? Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown? And Chair Haschak?
Yes. All right, very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation and everything.
Thank you very much.
With the project. Okay.
Thank you.
So it's 5:38. Okay, if no one's going to call the 5:30 rule, we'll continue on. The CEO's report.
Chair Haschak, there is no report today. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, agenda item number 5G, discussion and possible action, including the review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislation pursuant to adopted legislative platform. Is there a report or anything?
Chair Haschak, I don't see Deputy CEO Sarah Duquette on. I don't know if one of the supervisors on general government would like to make a comment. In the interest of time, I will say that general government is working with the executive office and the department heads on the legislative platform. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any comments on that from general government?
That covered it. Other than that, we are following the board's directive. Staff is to make it a more condensed, streamlined document.
Okay, very good. Supervisors' reports. If we could keep them short and succinct, that would be great. So we'll start with Supervisor Williams.
The Measure B ad hoc found the total cost to be about 5.3 million. Found some places in the previously presented financial document that needed some tuning. Staff has made corrections. If you want a copy, ask staff. We didn't feel like using up agenda space. But what we're finding is there's not nearly as enough of even a foundation to build a business plan on. And so I think the ad hoc will be going back to the Measure B oversight and getting more involved in the details. Supervisor Haschak, do you want to say anything more about Measure B?
Well, I just would like to say that tomorrow is the Measure B meeting, and that we will be, there's an agenda item to request formally from the Measure B committee that they recommend back to the board that they do a business plan and hire someone who can do one.
That's all I have.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And since I never could get to the website today due to my broadband being out, did we have the proclamation on sponsored by Supervisor McCowan and myself? And It was the proclamation, and I think it should be at least recognized that September 15th through October 15th, 2020 is Latino Heritage Month, and the proclamation declares it right here in Mendocino County.
If I may, this is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Lindsay Dunham. I just want to confirm that this item was heard on consent calendar as agenda item 4B.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
But I wanted to at least recognize it. There's been lots of meetings. I had a CSAC Board of Directors meeting. I also had CSAC Rural Counties Caucus. I attended virtually the Redwood Valley MAC. We had a Ukiah Valley Basin Sustainable Groundwater Agency meeting, Inland Water and Power Commission. I was at Congressman Huffman's ad hoc on the Potter Valley project. We had a LAVCO meeting. Also, CSAC and RCRC sponsored a webinar on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. DWR were the presenters. Also, for the Sustainable Groundwater Act, I did participate in a meeting with the tribal members and discuss the tribal seat on the Board of Directors. I attended an RCRC Board of Directors meeting, a Golden State Finance Authority session. I had my Behavior Health Advisory Board meeting. Supervisor Jurdy and myself had what we're short-terming the employee ad hoc meeting. We have another one coming up this Friday. He and I were also invited to the weekly department head meeting, and we're in the room, so to speak. And then we did have our general government meeting, standing committee meeting on Monday morning, yesterday. So, want more information, I can give it, but it's getting late. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question that came up from the public. When can we expect publication of the county budget? I'm guessing it's probably coming up pretty quickly, but if anyone has information on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
In the interest of time, I'll keep it brief. I think I just want to repeat a little bit that Supervisor Brown and I, in our meetings with county staff, primarily at this point, department heads, I think we're starting to get some good ideas on things that we could take back to the board that will just help with the county employees who are going through quite a bit right now, as is everyone in this county. So we're looking forward to bringing forward some proposals. And just last week, we had another retirement board meeting for the county retirement system. And as noted at our last meeting, we do have one vacancy. We do need to find, a good community member who can serve on the retirement board. Thanks.
Okay, and I participated in several meetings with Senator McGuire about the cell tower situation and cell service with U.S. Cellular. I'm very thankful that people from the county were there. There were 9 of us on the last call. And that the people of the Round Valley, Covelo area certainly appreciate our focus on that and Senator McGuire's help in trying to get U.S. Cellular to improve the service there. I visited the CAL FIRE Operations Center with Senator McGuire, and that was very impressive work that they were doing on the August fire and also the Oak fire, which were very scary for the people of the 3rd District. I visited the shelter a couple times, and I appreciate the county's efforts on getting that up and running quickly and providing that service for people and also the animal care. I was also on the Caltrans meeting. I met a couple times over the Laytonville Library, getting that up and running. and create an MOU for that. You know, this, like we said earlier, that the Cannabis ad hoc met quite a few times, many times, and also the Measure B committee. So we're looking forward to continuing that work. And I've met with the Latinx community and trying to get a meeting together about the, the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Task Force. So we've had a couple meetings and we're looking forward to having more. And that's about it. But before I close, I would like to say congratulations to our Deputy Clerk of the Board. She'll be getting married before the next meeting, and so we wish her the best. Happy marriage.
Thank you so much.
All right. And with that, we can, it's 5:47, and we can adjourn the meeting. Okay? Take care, everyone.